Chipmunks roasting on an open fire, hot sauce dripping from their toes. Yuletide squirrels, fresh filleted by the choir. They poked hot skewers through their nose. Everybody knows some pepper and a garlic clove help to make them seasoned right. Tiny rats with a crisp golden coat will really hit the spot tonight. And now when Santa sees his train, there'll be some homemade chipmunk jerky for his sleigh. And every hungry child is gonna spy
to see if chipmunks really sing when they fry.
And so I'm brushing on some honey glaze to keep them crisp and juicy too. Let's hope they get served many times, many ways. Tasty chipmunks, good food.
On that, Mr. Cole,
Yes, sir, Mr. Seville.
would you mind handing me the barbecue sauce? I am starved.
Oh, no problem, Dave. And listen, you best be having 2 of them drumsticks because they're oh so tiny and there ain't much meat upon them.
What about animal rights, Dave?
Put a sock in it, Melvin. You know, for years people said you overrated hamsters were my meal ticket. Now I guess you could just say, you're my meal.
That's a good one, Dave. I always knew you was the funny one in the group.
Damn straight.
And so I'm offering some recipes, from chipmunk pie to chipmunk stew. I'm not really sad that it ended this way. Furry chipmunks, screw you.
Did you hear that, Melvin? Melvin? Melvin!
Why, I'm sorry, Dave. Did you want Melvin? There's plenty of Thegador left, though.
never taught me how to smile. But trust me, it was not for lack of trying. So instead I'm thinking I will cut my chances and have a crack at crying. My father told me I was not a fighter, and all my life has led me to believe it. So just slap on a mask and you'll happily pass, because sadness don't exist if no one sees it. But the lines on my face are cutting deeper as these tearful rivers run them over. See, I've always had disdain for the face in my mirror, getting worse as I grow older. So I force some laughter and fake a smile when I feel the tears are near, because I know after it may take a while, but my smile will be ear to ear. Like the one that I painted, a disguise for my sadness. But I'm sick of charading now. Try on some madness and dance with the devil. Laugh with the sinners. Long as you're smiling, you're always the winner. So just know that when the world is weeping, it'll likely leave you laughing. Tell your bad thoughts they are to be leaving. Never dwell on any sad thing. And remember, don't you ever force your laughter or fake a smile, 'cause you're nowhere near to tears. Now wipe off that frown, 'cause the clowns are in style. As the clouds start to clear, sing it loud with me, dear. We're smiling from ear to ear. Just try it, despite a bad mood. Behind this mask I am still smiling, but I don't have to. I smile because
Merry fucking Christmas. It's Crimbus. It's Jesus Day. It's happy. It's awful. I hate it. I hate everything. Welcome, one and all, to the 4th annual NecroMageTV Christmas special. Let's put some goddamn carols on. I need to get Twitch chat open. This is useless. There we go.
The snow glows white on the mountain tonight, not a footprint to be seen. A kingdom of isolation, and it looks like I'm the queen. The wind is howling like this swirling storm inside. and
Pop
keep
Twitch
it in.
shout out.
Heaven knows I try. Don't let them in, don't
I'll
let
just
them
check
see.
again.
Be the good girl you always have to be. Conceal, don't feel, don't let them know. Well, now they know. Let it go, let it go.
So this year,
Can't hold it back anymore. Let it go.
I have a
let
whole
it go.
bottle of Grey Fox Chardonnay. That should kill the sadness to some extent. I, of course, have an advent calendar that I'm going to be using to portend the next year's messages from the Illuminati. And the game that we're going to be playing is a game called Secret Santa. Oh. Should be showing up visually right now. Unfortunately, I can't get it to show up on anything other than full screen, so I need to know if it's working. And then that game has, I believe, 6 levels to it. It is excellent. Yeah, that game has 6 levels to it, so if I get through them all, I have a second game to back it up. I've switched away. So, we're going to start with some advent calendar readings. Now, as you can see from this advent calendar, I switched away from the Twitch chat because I'm looking at myself 5 seconds in the past. I've duped you all watching. This advent calendar, as you can see, depicts elves. Oh, how's the sound balance, by the way? Oh no, Secret Santa's music is still playing. Get out of here, Secret Santa. You will show up later. I don't know if the video is lagging or if it's just because the video is kind of choppy on my end too. Yeah. I'll see if I can fix this. Voice up music now. How's that? You might have to. My voice is as loud as it will go. But you can just turn your volume up at this point. Oh, here we go. My mic is picking up my audio, that's why. Okay, here we go. Can I get my mic to stop? I have many volume options to make this better. For all. And thus I shall implement them. Testing. There we go. My voice is much louder now. The video is still, yeah, the video is still choppy. Why is it so choppy? Stream, nope. This is a very professional production we have going on here. Can't edit any of those. It doesn't seem to be... Excuse me. It doesn't seem to be the recording software that I'm using, so it must be in Twitch. And I don't see anything I can change. Let's see here. That's the... Yeah. It seems to just be stuttering every 5 seconds. That's no good. That's no good at all. Bitrate excellent. I'm not sure why it's doing this, but I will attempt to figure it out. I may have to restart the stream momentarily, so we will be back. Let's see if that helps it. Seemingly.
What's this? There's color everywhere. What's this? There's white things in the air. What's this? I can't believe my eyes. I must be dreaming. Wake up, Jack. This isn't fair. What's this? What's this? What's this? There's something very wrong. What's this? There's people singing songs. What's this? The streets are lined with little creatures laughing. Everybody seems so happy. Have I possibly gone daffy? What is this? What's this? There's children throwing snowballs instead of throwing heads. They're busy building toys and absolutely no one's dead. There's frost in every window. Oh, I can't believe my eyes. And in my bones I feel the warmth that's coming from inside. Oh, look, what's this? The hanging mistletoe. They kiss? Why, that looks so unique. Inspired! The gathering around hearing story, roasting chestnuts on a fire. What's this?
I believe that's as good as I'm going to get it.
What's this? They've got a little tree. How queer!
And we're back.
And why? They're covering it with tiny little things. They've got electric lights on strings and there's a smile in everyone. So
There should be a way that I can take Twitch chat out of this window and throw it over there, as though by magic. But instead, I will use technology and simply pause my stream while leaving the chat. There we go.
The monsters are all missing and the nightmares can be found. And in their place there seems to be good feeling.
Christmas! Crimbus. Chronica. Ramadan? Advent calendar. Now, as you can see from this unbelievable portent of the new year, the elves in this artwork are actually making the chocolate symbols for this Advent calendar. Now, what that says to me is that if the secret powers that be get their way, the endless cycle of consumption under capitalism is simply going to continue in the new year as ad nauseum. Workers performing pointless work for pointless, creating pointless products for consumption in order to maintain their dead-end existence. And it's not good. It's no good. No good at all. This is why we have to either go through the difficult task of re-educating and realigning all of society, or misanthropically withdraw and stockpile guns. The choice is up to you. The windows on this thing are not cooperative. There we go. That indicates to me that the only means by which to destroy this heinous Illuminati vision of the future is with violence. You know, it's not the simple pop open windows that we're used to. Now, day the 1st. Just triple checking that it was there because it's very faint. Day the 1st provides a tiny gold and red teddy bear. That indicates the continued ascent of China. Unfortunately, China has long been a power on the rise due to its economic influence, symbolized by the gold, as well as its authoritarian policies, symbolized by the fact that their leader looks like Winnie the Pooh. And of course the red scarf, red scarves, red armbands, red accessories being indicative of just heinous people in general. So what this says to me is that the Illuminati suspect that China's going to continue to rise and is absolutely okay with it. I, however, am not. Free Hong Kong. And if that gets my Twitch channel shut down, oh no, my once-a-year platform will have to move. Okay. The second Advent calendar portent there we go. Again, I'm physically destroying the Advent calendar. Like, most Advent calendars have these little pop-open windows. But this one, I'm just straight up destroying there we go. I'm just destroying the physical thing in order to get the tabs open to open the doors. So there's going to be a lot of bloodshed. The second symbol that we have been given is a Santa Claus, and that's you know when during tarot readings everyone's like, oh no, I don't want to get the death card because they're scared of death, but the interpreters are often like, death just means change. It's not a good or bad card inherently. The bad card in tarot is the devil, and in this type of Illuminati coding, advent calendars. Santa Claus is basically like the devil or the tower in a tarot card reading. It's and having followed an overt symbol of China, that just to me screams that again, everything in terms of capitalistic, unchecked growth and wealth inequality is simply going to continue. Again, we have to kill and eat the rich. So it's not looking good for 2020, is what I'm saying. It's not looking... Not looking fun. At least it's fun here. It's the chat. Is chat... I don't know if I have my chat up to date because I paused my stream and no one's talking in the chat. Or if just no one's talking in the chat, that's fine. I'm here to entertain you. Excellent! Okay, someone said hi.
The snow glows white on the mountain tonight, not a footprint to be seen.
Okay.
A kingdom of
I'm going to pause the carols. Sacrilege, I know. Simply because... Xalis Zero... I recognize the name for some reason, but I can't remember it. Let's get the gameplay started. Is it Matt? The trick is just always guess a name like Matt or Mike, and then you might be right anyway. Oh no! My controller's not plugged in. Hopefully it picks up that I'm plugging it in. So, this is Secret Santa. It is a game about being Santa and delivering presents clandestinely to homes. And I have to restart it because it did not pick up my controller. And I would normally play carols over whatever game I'm playing, but as you can hear, it has chiptune music, and that just sounds like it would be a bad time for all. Oh, there we go. Ooh. Whoa! Okay. How do I jump the... Oh, up. Okay. That's really awkward. Is there a way that I can change that? Nope. Okay. That's fine. Okay. So I have 2 action buttons. And I have delivered all of the presents, apparently. In order to jump, I have to press up, which makes sense on the mouse and keyboard. Oh no! Oh no, okay. Okay. So what do I have that deals with? Okay. No, it's still there. Do I just spray it and then go? No, that doesn't seem to... Huh. Very strange. He's a doggo. Okay. I don't actually know how to get past that camera properly, and I suspect that may become a problem. I see very little reason not to always wear the tech goggles. Okay. I don't know how, because there was a silent bonus on the first one, but I don't know how you're supposed to preempt dogs. Like, they don't show up in the tech goggle view, and they bark immediately. So something about that seems off. Oh god, I didn't... Oh god, okay. Okay. What? Floor pad? Well, I didn't know those would be a trap. That's fine. That's fine. Oh god. Okay, so if I go up there, I'm gonna be immediately in a camera range. Oh no, I'm not. Oh. That doesn't seem to work. This is some highfalutin cockamamie bullshit right here. There we go. Oh no. There we go. There we go. I could not figure out how to get this game to load in anything but full screen. So, while responding to the chat on... There we go. There we go. I have two monitors, but going over to that one makes this game go small, which is no good. Who has this much... Who has this much security? Oh, this is just a timed laser. It's not... Oh my... Why? Why would you have a timed laser? I don't care. Okay, there's a floor pad. Oh god. Now I got the snow spray to actually disable a camera, but I had to like hit the camera with it. And there's... Okay, there we go. That's really finicky. And I don't like it. Also, there doesn't seem to be a way around this one. Unless I jump... Do I have to jump right onto that tree? Nope. Ugh. Let's wait for that to cool down a little bit. Oh, there I could have walked on that shelf. Okay, that's less awful than I was making it out. There we go. There we go. That's a paint can that will, if I were to jump there, would absolutely make noise. It's like these people don't want Santa there. You know what I mean? And that's unacceptable. You should always allow an agent of capitalism that you have no ability to hold responsible for his actions, the ability to enter your home, and... Oh god. Oh god, what is this? What is this nonsense? Okay, okay. As I was saying, allow an agent of capitalism to enter your home and leave or take what he pleases. That's a good pooch. Shoot, shoot. Okay. Oh, I have to be on the side that faces the camera the way it's facing. That's really lame. And I apparently have to be so absurdly close. There we go. This is a cute little game. It's free to play and download off of Itch.io. Oh god! If anyone of you are so interested. I wish that I could set it to have a jump button instead of hitting up. But that is a small complaint. Oh my god, I still have 3 Christmas trees and 6 stockings to go? I couldn't snow them from the middle. I tried. You have to face the side of the camera that has the lens. Can I snow globe over that gap? No. How... Oh, I guess I don't have to actually disable that directional laser. Snow globes for everyone. Oh no! Oh no! Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Christmas is saved. It's fine. I did it. I saved Christmas. Me. Oh god. Okay. Ah! Oh no! Okay. It's fine. Everybody be cool. Everybody just be fucking cool for a second. Christmas is saved. I did it. I am the Christmas boy. Oh. That was the last level? I thought there was 6. Well, I've saved Christmas. I did it. Christmas is saved. I'll drink to that. More future truths given to us in secret by our Illuminati masters. Yeah, I thought it would be a bit longer than that. But that's fine. I have a second and a third game planned. Because I'm playing games I haven't played, naturally, as I always do. So, I have some backups. Now here we have, for the third day of Christmas, a snowman. What that symbolizes, again carrying off of the first two, is that there will be somewhat of a media freeze, as nobody really wants to talk about the onward ascent of China, as they haven't for many years, because they're intellectual cowards. And for the 4th, another snowman. But this snowman has a blue hat, which clearly links it to the Democratic National Party of the United States of America, where the Illuminati are located. The United States, not the DNC. Or DNP. Which would indicate to me that this is another media freeze, but it's going to be on whoever the Democratic candidate for president is, which to me suggests that it is, of course, your boy Bernie Sanders. This is already happening if that is the case. However, it could also happen if it's any of them, really, any of them other than Joe Biden. I think this is a pretty good indicator that he will not win his nomination as the as Power's chosen candidate. That's the word. And thus, there'll be a media freeze, and they'll just report on Trump and Trump and Trump and Trump in the hopes that people will forget that there's a presidential election altogether. I'm going to start the carols up again. I have to make sure that I get as many copyright strikes as possible when I upload the YouTube video.
The snow glows white on the mountain tonight, not a footprint to be seen. A kingdom of isolation, and it looks like I'm the queen. The wind is howling like this swirling storm inside. Couldn't keep it in, heaven knows I tried. Don't let them in,
There it is.
don't let them see. Be the good girl you always have to be. Conceal, don't feel, don't let them know.
Now,
Well, now they
most of these placements, because of the initial art of just the Ouroboros-like working on the Advent calendar itself, there haven't been many significant symbological opportunities to place something. But here's the first one. Day 5, as you can see there, is very clearly taking a chocolate directly out of the hands of a worker, specifically a worker of color. So I feel that whatever this this symbol is going to carry some ominous. Yep. China. China is taking away manufacturing jobs from underprivileged American workers of color. That is what is happening in the new year. I just read the runes, man. I don't make these plans. That's enough of that depressing. It's gonna be a bad year. It's gonna be a bad year. Hopefully a bad enough year to incite some actual social change. Frozen fractals all around. If you'll notice, I just drew several inches. That is because my chair is, I have a swivel chair, but it just steadily and subtly loses air compression as I sit in it. So I'll eventually be down here, and then have to adjust it back up simply by sitting in it. And that's the type of pro gamer accoutrement you have when you're $10,000 in debt. and have to get a chair from the street.
The cold never bothered me anyway.
Oh, that helps to kill the sadness.
No, no, no. Oh, yeah! It's that time of year again! Kool-Aid Man, you ready for Christmas? Oh, yeah! Yeah! All I really want for Christmas. All I really want for Christmas. All I really want for Christmas is everything on my list, baby. Hey! All I really want for Christmas. All I really want for Christmas. All I really want
What?
for Christmas is everything on my list, baby. Hey! Having a party on
There we
Christmas
go.
Eve, and I got a whole lot of Christmas glee. Whole lot of gifts I'd like to receive. And you know all year I've been planting them seeds. Everybody in here, VIP. Old St. Nick, that's the MC. Gotta see it turned out some old CDs. Playing all your favorite songs from A to Z. Feliz Navidad, no eggnog, more Kool-Aid. Oh yeah, yeah. All I really want for Christmas.
I'm about to open my other game for the day, but for some reason my Steam isn't reading its own library. There we go. I think it just started up weird. So our first game was about delivering presents as Santa. But obviously Santa isn't the only source of gifts in the holiday season. This is going to be a game about those brave men and women and children who deliver gifts in their own way. Without magic, and with a sense of fulfillment. Today is first day, training day. Remember, company loves you. Oh, this is gonna be a game. This is fulfillment. This is a game that's free on Steam, and it is about the joy of working at an amazing fulfillment center. I don't know if it reads controller input. No, mouse and keyboard it is. Keyboard it is. Okay, A3 to 2. This is my training. My on-the-job training. No, it's an amazing fulfillment center. For legal reasons, it's an amazing fulfillment center. I can't tell if I'm on a train or a bus during my commute. And as you can see, I have to have 450 rent in 5 days, and I make 120 money $120, and I can buy groceries or can go out in order to keep my food and my happiness. You know, a rough simulation of real life. But I think everything's fine. Yeah. Welcome to Job. Each day we work to optimize the process. Exciting changes ahead. C5 to 1, take A7 to 2. Okay. Take A7 to 2. And take C5 to 1. And take B1 to 3. I can tell if that's a train or a bus. I feel like it's gotta be a train, but it's weird that I'm taking a train. I don't know if my groceries got more expensive because time passed and I have fewer groceries, or if they just get more expensive as the time goes. So I'm just gonna buy groceries. There we go. Surely I can afford to buy groceries once. Welcome to Job. Customer satisfaction is our #1 priority. Observe time limit to keep on track. And it fucking starts. Oh my god, okay. C7 to 1. C8 to 2. Take B8 to 3. This isn't so bad. Oh, I gotta report to the boss. And this is how they fuck you. This right here is exactly how they fuck you. I didn't get a bonus. I'm much more upset than I expected I would be, because I knew this was going to happen. Oh my god. Like you could tell that this game was eventually going to fuck me, but I expected it to be in different ways. Oh my god, okay. So yeah, okay, so the groceries is just the amount I have in the fridge. I think I'm still good on the happy scale. So I'm gonna turn in early. Also, I keep getting up earlier and earlier. And that doesn't even affect my gameplay, but it makes me as a person want to die. Stay on my feet to receive bonus. Excessive idleness will be penalized. Okay. Take A3 to 1. Take C4 to 2. Take B8 to 1. And then I'm going to go to B3 to 2. I'm going to go B7 to also 2. And then A6. 3. This game is fucking too real, man. Like... Oh boy. Okay. Okay. No, it's not okay. This is gonna be a bad time. I'm gonna be able to make like $100, I think. So let's go out. Yeah, let's feel better about ourselves. Ugh. Dude, this is unrealistic. At 6:10, the sun is not up. Welcome to job. We bring new technology to assist you. Enjoy. Oh my fucking god. I don't even know what it is, but it's bullshit. Oh god. No. There's no way I'm gonna beat the time limit. Like, that's not even a thing. A6. Yeah, there's no way I was able to do that. This is actually... This is too real. Oh, God. Well, surely I can make $30 tomorrow. So I think $20. So I think I'm okay. Yeah, that sun shouldn't even be up. Welcome to job. Distraction is enemy of shareholders, customers, and associates. Get bonus for completing tasks quickly. Take A1 to 2. A2 to 3. A5 to 2. There we go. Like, but I'm more okay with this than the overall timer, because the overall timer was bullshit. But I shouldn't be grateful for something that is an improvement on a failing that management introduced. So I'm not. But, like, like, this one's okay compared to the other shitty one. But it's not good. It's not good. Rent due today. Pay. Perfect. Cool. Awesome. Let's go out. Feel good about ourselves. not get distracted. Company will not love you if you get distracted. Oof. What the f- Oh, no. Oh, God. No, this is... Oh boy! Ah! This is upsettingly close to being a cook. Cool, fine, great. Oh my god, I hate this. This actually makes me want to die. So, I mean, kudos to the game developers. Oh, Christ. And my rent is up. Oh, no. Oh, it's too real. Welcome to job. Soon we will replace you with robots, but not yet. Please, God, replace me with robots. Oh, I don't seem to be slowed down. It said I was going to be slowed down. Ugh. What? Oh, to 3. Damn it. C5 to 2. Yeah. Yeah. At least that only cost me like $5. Oh god, I didn't keep moving. Oh god. These are impossible! I'm not gonna visit the doctor because I don't even... This hurts me. This hurts me a lot. Like, if I work 3 days and make $100 each day, then I can pay my rent and have enough to do like one other thing. But I'm gonna have to do 2 other things. And the doctor's right out. I'm gonna do that. And then I'm just gonna... Oh god, this is not good. Welcome to job. We introduce new points incentive. Get points for delivering boxes. I get money for delivering boxes. Why I'm here. Take C7 to 3. Take A7 to 1. I miss being able to read them. Ugh. This is the same fucking bullshit. Okay. Wait, what are points for? What are points for? Oh. To compare me to other people in the company. To foster a sense of competition amongst the workers in order to disincentivize cooperation and create a crab bucket scenario. Fuck you, the company. This game is amazing because it is fostering my genuine real-life contempt for corporations and this type of bullshit in the game. Okay. Yeah, I have to... Okay. So, I think... If I work 2 more days and get... I can't buy groceries because I don't know if I'm going to make enough money over the next 2 days. And that feels terrible. Company-wide scoreboard. Compete with others to reach number 1. It's more zoomed in. This fucking game, man. This is too real. Like, it makes me uncomfortable in the way actually, like, jobs I've hated in the past have made me feel uncomfortable. No, not fuck Stacy. No, listen, chat. You're all people in chat right now are saying fuck Stacy. She's at the top of the scoreboard. No, that is what the scoreboard is meant to do. That is what the scoreboard is meant to make you think Stacy is your enemy. Stacy is not your enemy. The fucking company that started off paying you $120 and is now paying you $78. I've been earning above that. Paying me $78. They're my enemy. Stacy is in the same boat as me. She just had a better run of it. Stacy is great. You leave Stacy alone. Yeah, that guy has a whole bunch more points. Oh, that's impossible! Oh, God. Oh, God. I also feel like I'm genuinely gaming the system a little bit and doing better than most people can do. And it's still not good enough. My God. Yeah, my boss has like 200 points, so fuck him. He probably just gets points for being the boss. Yeah, I only made $104. Wait!
Good day, eh? Yeah, in case you thought like I wasn't on this part. Oh, I guarantee
Yeah,
you.
fuck that.
Okay, so good day. This is
Because I used to get $120 a day.
tell you what to get.
And
Your true love for Christmas.
the fast task bonuses have made it so that they add up to the same amount. But I only missed 2 packages that day. But the fast task bonus is still set to $5.
Here's the quiz.
Which means even if I'd done it perfectly, I would have been making less money today than I started.
Just figure it out, right? Christmas is when? The 25th. Right. Well, what's the 24th? Christmas Eve, right? That's 2. And then
It's fucking bullshit. I'm gonna
Nothing. New Year's.
throw this through a goddamn window is what I'm gonna do.
Where do you get 12? There's 2 Saturdays.
Yeah, I don't think I could even possibly have gotten, like, up there with the amount of packages that I had. This graphic, though, this is amazing. Okay. I can't buy groceries. So I'm not going to buy groceries. Welcome to the job. Oh, Christ. I'm gonna pause the carol for this. Because whatever it is going to be fucking awful. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, I hate it. The points are meaningless. Ugh. This is... It's amazing how this game actually recreates the feeling of drowning that capitalism does. Like... Oh, God. This is too fucking real. Like, paying rent and having no groceries is too familiar for this to be fun. I'm not gonna be able to pay rent next month, because it's only getting harder. Oh my God, okay. Welcome to the job. I am unique, but I'm not needed, and I'm certainly not loved. You are not a good manager. Go to hell. Oh shit. I hate this. I mean, yeah, if I smoked or had an addiction, that would be so much worse. I mean, yeah, like, this dude's living a bare bones existence, much like myself. Like, he doesn't have a car, he doesn't have any particular vices, he doesn't... And... Jeff Bezos is the richest man in human history. Other than maybe Mansa Musa. Jeff Bezos wakes up every morning and decides to not end homelessness in America every single day. Because he just has enough money to do it. Like, Jeff Bezos, the CEO of Amazon, a company that has so many shitty minimum wage jobs like this, has so many billions of dollars that he could wake up and decide to buy every homeless person in the United States a house and give them $2,000 a month. Or no, sorry, $2,000 I think a week. And it wouldn't give him wouldn't show a dent in his money. Because billions of dollars, people throw around the word and they don't realize what it means, are thousands of millions of dollars. Just describing it like that. People shouldn't have $1 billion. There's no legitimate way to acquire it. Other than stealing labor from schmucks. That's probably the Illuminati. The bad connection is probably the Illuminati trying to stifle my speech. Because I said the word capitalism. Or it may just be my internet. Who knows? Well, I think I have to buy groceries. I've been sick for over a month now. Welcome to job. Shareholders love you. We added new cheers to remind you how much we love you. I don't even want love. I want money. That was impossible. They're all 8-1. I'd be more efficient at my job if I could fucking pause for a second. But because of the goddamn activity bonus, I keep hitting fucking shelves. So I'm real talk. I'm $10,000 in debt, roughly, because among other things, I just had wisdom tooth surgery, and I haven't had a job for a couple of months. And part of that wisdom tooth surgery, I have an entire bottle of Tylenol 3s. And I didn't need to take any for the pain. I had a really good recovery from my wisdom tooth surgery. But shit like this makes me think, man, I could make $10,000 just by downing that bottle. That's a legitimate thought that's gone through my head when I think about my finances. Support me on Patreon. Oh boy. How am I climbing the ranks? Like that breaks my heart for the people below me. Because I am not doing a good job as far as their fucking fucked up system goes. But I'm still going up. Like, people have fallen beneath me, which is crazy to me. I mean, I'm sure I can find a buyer if I want to sell them. Okay. How the fuck am I gonna make rent? Like, is this where the game is supposed to end? Because, like... Yeah, because, okay, even if I was making 120 as I was at the beginning of the game, over 5 days, that would be $600. Which would mean that I would only have enough to either buy groceries or go out. And I'm not making 100. Like, this has got to be where the game is supposed to end with me being destitute. Or, like, I have a leeway for my rent and then it's going to end in the next month. Because there's no way I can afford that rent even if I was making 120 every single day. I'm not going to the doctor. It costs money. It costs so much money. And my speed is, like, me being slowed down doesn't matter when I'm going to be catching myself on the goddamn shelves because I can't see anyway. Like, the $5 I'd make on any individual package I miss, the doctor would have to make the difference. The doctor, like, I wouldn't have to make this many packages. The doctor would have to make the difference on, I think that's 30 package deliveries in order to be worth it. And there's no way it would be. Back on the job. I'm not climbing the scoreboard. The other people on the scoreboard are failing harder than I am. Fuck you, the company. Oh god, C1's over here. Oh my god, I did it. Oh, I'm kicking ass. The instant I started to feel good about myself. Okay. No! Fuck you! That is so little money! I don't care about the points. I don't care about the scoreboard. It's meaningless. It doesn't pay my bills. This music makes me want to die. Yeah, he says he's gonna beat me in, like, the score thing every day, but I don't have time to read what he says because I am immediately on the clock. What the fuck am I going to do? Like, I'm going to starve. Am I even going to be able to make the rent? Like, I have 2 days to make almost $300. Like, I don't think I can do it. I don't think it's possible. But I'm gonna try. And robot employee suit. Please, God. Yeah, I think every time they mention the robot employees is when it zooms in. Like, the first one was no distractions, and then it zoomed in. But it gets tighter and tighter every time I think they mention the robot employees to simulate the sense of job insecurity, which there's no reason to be afraid of automation if society is built in a way that you don't die without a job. That's the underlying problem. That's the problem that I face in my real life every single fucking day, because I don't have a job right now, and it makes me unbelievably stressed. That's not fair. I do have a job. I have a part-time job as a freelance dungeon master. My services are available for hire. If anyone wants to play any tabletop game they like, I will learn systems. Who cares about your fucking points, man? Whew. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Of all the cruelties this game has inflicted on me, the greatest mercy was separating the times for the packages. Because the old system was if you missed one of them, you missed them all. Which actually seems like it would be more of what an actual company would do, to be honest. Is this going to be something where it's like I reach the top of the scoreboard and it becomes exponentially harder? Because, like... Because I feel like I could pass Stacy next shift, but is it the type of thing where it's like, oh, I'm the #1 employee in the company, and it doesn't matter, I'm still going to be destitute? Is that like the ultimate message? Because it seems like everything's sort of timed up that when my rent is next due, everything goes to hell. Can I just, like, not eat? Is that a thing that I can choose to do? I mean, I feel like I'm not going to be able to make rent Yeah, I can't make rent anyway. Oh, no, I didn't want to die there. I wanted to have... Oh. Well, shit. Well, shit. I guess I starved to death. Guess I starved to death. $10,000 is a lot of money. Another snowman for the 6th. Green hat. Probably representing a media freeze discussing the economic situation in America. I suspect there's going to be a lot of coded messages for media freezes for topics that they don't want to discuss next year. I suspect that because I've been opening a lot of stuff now. Now, there's another blue-hatted snowman, but that snowman came from the 7th, which is here. On the shoulder of a working class elf. So I don't think this has to do with I don't think this is a political media block elf. The blue on this snowman's hat represents a blue collar worker. Doing his best to make ends meet. And again, the media is not going to talk about his struggle. Their struggle. Her struggle. Which, if you think about it, is not that bold a prediction. Oh, hello. Now on the 8th, we have this little bar tab thing. That says to me that the Illuminati are expecting a Democratic victory in the next year's presidential election. As am I. As I feel are most people, you don't tend to get impeached and then reelected. I mean, you just don't. That game hurt my soul. Fulfillment on Steam. It's free. Actually, like, play it, because I don't know that the visuals conveyed the unbelievable amount of stress that it managed to convey. Here we have another snowman with a red hat, which I may think that, oh, sorry. In the chat, someone's saying that Trump will get a second term. Trump's not going to get a second term. The absolute crazy people are going to vote for him again, but the absolute crazy people didn't win him the election in the first place. He won a bunch of swing states off of the back of... he promised things to workers, which Hillary just didn't do. She just didn't give a shit about the common people in America. But then he fucked the people that he promised he would help by cutting Obamacare, and like he cut a bunch of factory jobs in states where he said he was going to bring them in. They're not going to vote for him again. And if you'd vote for him, you'd be actually voting for a fascist who is committing a genocide at the American border. So I would suggest paying attention to politics before you say you'd vote for that, because he's actually like he's a fucking inhuman monster. Like, legitimately. I would have voted, and this is me saying that I would have voted for Donald, if I was an American, I would have voted for Donald Trump for president, and then Democrat the entire way down the rest of the ballot. Because neither of them were good candidates for president, but going into it, I knew that Donald Trump was going to make people examine society, which he's done. I've heard way more political discourse in the past 3 years than I have any time before from just, like, regular people. People are engaged because they're terrified of what this lunatic is doing to their country. But I knew that... Hillary Clinton is a goddamn war hawk and a puppet of corporations, which Trump is also a puppet of corporations. But he hasn't instituted a new war overseas because his entire administration has been in chaos. The fact that he's incompetent, I feel, is the lesser of two evils between him and Hillary Clinton, even today. If a group of migrants hadn't shown up in, like, year 3 of his presidency, causing him to literally commit atrocities, like 4 of the 5 descriptors of genocide are happening at the southern border to the people of the caravan, that no one's just talking about it anymore. But a genocide is going on in the United States. By 4 of the 5 definitions, and you only need 1 to count as genocide. Everything other than mass killings. All the other treatment of what they're doing to them is a genocide. Legitimately, according to the UN's definition of genocide. And nobody cares about it. Which is fucked. That is happening. So, at this point, you cannot say you would vote for Donald Trump out of any place other than evil, like willing malice, or absolute ignorance, which is a form of evil in my philosophy. So, educate yourselves, because democracy is an active form of citizenship. There is responsibility to the citizen to pay the fuck attention. Those crowds that cheer for him, I feel would be ethically right to be put to the goddamn sword. They are willingly cheering for someone who is committing mass murder through neglect. Anyway, the snowman probably means that they're not going to talk about that in the next year, is what I was going to say, because the red hat. This is a goddamn depressing year. This is not a happy stream. I was expecting some more frivolity. Oh well. Matches the fucking year. What day was that? That was 9. Where's 10?
You're a as cuddly as a cactus, you're as charming as an eel, Mr. Grinch. You're a bad banana with a greasy black peel.
He's the saint. I think we all know what that means coming out of the tent.
You're a monster,
So I'm not going to explain.
Mr. Grinch. Your heart's an empty hole. Your brain is full of spiders. You've got garlic in your soul, Mr. Grinch. I wouldn't touch you with a 39.5-foot pole. You're a vile one, Mr.
So,
Grinch.
last year,
You have termites in your
I got this.
You have all the tender sweetness of a seasick
there we go.
crocodile, Mr.
The birth of Jesus,
Grinch.
a Christmas miracle, the
Given
greatest
the
story
choice
ever told.
between the two of you,
And I
take
think,
the seasick crocodile.
having dredged up my political feelings on stream,
You're a foul one.
specifically that most Republican senators, like officials, people acting in government with power, should, like, ethically could be, and I feel morally should be, lined up and shot at this point. I'm going to turn to the comfort of religion.
You're a rotter, Mr.
I'm gonna
Grinch.
find where I left off last year,
You're the king of sinful pots.
which I don't remember.
Dead tomato splots with
It was very
moldy
early.
purple spots, Mr. Grinch. Your soul is an appalling dump heap. Overflowing
When
with
Jesus
the most
was born,
assortment of deplorable rubbish
the
in
flag of Rome flew over
mangled
Jerusalem.
up in tangled
The
up
Roman Empire had reached a zenith.
You know
With
the
Caesar
age
Augustus at the helm,
Mr.
2
Grinch,
centuries of relative peace were at
with a
hand.
nauseous
The Pax
slew
Romana,
of
as it would be called. I thought the Pax Romana lasted 400 years. I may be thinking of the Pax Mongolia, but I thought the Pax Romana lasted 400 years, not 2.
You're
I
a
may be wrong.
three-decker sauerkraut and toadstool sandwich.
The Pax Romana, as it would be called, came at a heavy price. The Roman boot rested on the neck of the nations, including Israel. See, I find that to be a problematic statement, simply because the concept of a nation was much less defined in ancient times. Nations and nationalism sort of sprung up as a result of colonialism, which the Romans were engaged in, which is fair, but it doesn't. I don't feel that the Pax Romana necessarily came at a particularly heavy price, given the unbelievable instability of the world in general at the time. Like, the Romans didn't really suppress religious practices that were polytheistic. Like, as long as it could fit in the state religion framework that they cared about, they didn't really care. So really, only the Abrahamic religions were sort of persecuted. Which, I mean, is terrible, but given the ancient time of the Roman Empire, it's not the worst thing that was happening in the world. Human history is like 12,000 years of suffering and like maybe 100, no, not even 100 years not. So it's like a very, very, very short amount of time where like the Western world has had rights, really. Like, human history is a horror show. And the horrors are still going on. There's a genocide in the southern border of the United States of America. The Roman boot rested on the neck of the nations, including Israel. It was peace through domination, and the Romans had perfected the machinery of that domination. A well-oiled system of governance. Herod the Great. Years of Roman intrigue set Herod the Great on the throne of Israel, and he exercised almost unlimited power. Unlimited power! Herod reigned from 37 BC to 4 BC, the year in which Jesus was born. What? What? So year 0 is when Jesus was 5? Like, I always thought that year 0 was the year Jesus was born, and that was the point of it. Because if not, what was the... Because it was implemented by, like, the Catholic Church. Historians call King Herod and other kings like him client kings of Rome. They ruled over nations, but only in the service of Rome. Hungry to make a name for himself, Herod's loyalty to Rome guaranteed the ongoing expansion of his rule. Ultimately, the territory he governed would rival that of King Solomon, 1,000 years earlier. Herod spared no expense to make Jerusalem and Judea showpieces of Roman domination and his own prestige. He built magnificent buildings, including a glorious temple to Augustus in Caesarea, and statues to Zeus and Hera. In Jerusalem, he built a Greek-style amphitheater, and he held Olympic Games there every 4 years, and a magnificently refurbished temple for the Jews. He rebuilt the cities such as Samaria in the central region, and Caesarea along the Mediterranean coast. Herod also constructed impressive fortresses, including Masada and Herodium. These served to house nearby troops and suppress Jewish uprisings and to assure his rule. Herod ensured tolerance for Jewish beliefs and customs. For example, knowing how Jews hated even the hint of idolatry, Herod ordered that coins be minted without images on them. This religious tolerance was matched by an utter intolerance for challenges to his authority. See, that's what I'm saying, like... It says that the Pax Romana came at this heavy price, but the Pax Romana, for the ancient world, is not that bad. Like, oh, you're ruled by Rome. Who cares? Like, who cares who's in charge of the country if the things happening to the people in the country aren't that bad? And historically, they were generally always fucking terrible. Like, it says here, in the same source, paragraphs later, that there wasn't, like, a ton of religious persecution. There was religious tolerance and stuff. Like, I understand desiring autonomy, but the saying it's a heavy price to pay, and then explaining that, like, he printed imageless coins specifically to show tolerance to the people he was ruling over doesn't seem like that bad of a thing, you know? Like, yeah. Herod introduced a practice relatively unknown in Jewish history. He took himself the right to appoint and dismiss Jewish high priests. This gave him great power over the Jewish people and their attitudes, and ensured a distrustful fear among their religious leaders. Okay, now there's a bad thing. Herod displayed a paranoid inability to trust his own family. Now, hold up. Hold up. He executed his 3 oldest sons, his wife, and his mother-in-law on suspicion of treason. That doesn't necessarily make him paranoid. He probably was. There's probably more to this than this magazine offers. But just not trusting your family doesn't make you paranoid. I don't trust my family because they have shown an entire history of never having my best interests at heart. Hence why I'm trying to cut them out of my life and change my name. In this context, they would be the most likely, like his sons especially, would be the most likely candidates to, like, stab him literally with a knife and replace him. So you know, it's the Roman Empire that happened all the time for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Though he enjoyed the favor of Augustus in Rome, his family operated in chaos. Doesn't everyone's. Keeping the faith. Even with its influence, Roman power and culture still took a back seat to Judaism. Yeah, see? Jews made pilgrimages to the magnificent temple in Jerusalem at least 3 times a year for required feasts. Passover, celebrating the exodus of the Jewish people from Egypt. That's what Passover celebrates. I've always wondered and I've never bothered to look it up. Good to know. If you ever see Passover on your calendar, it's celebrating the exodus of the Jewish people from Egypt. Shavuot, or Shavuot, it's definitely not Shavuot. Shavuot, an agricultural celebration, and Sukkot, remembering God's provision when their ancestors wandered the desert for 40 years. Under normal conditions, Jerusalem was home to about 250,000 people. That's a lot in ancient times. That's a lot. I mean, that's not nothing now. During the feasts, the population swelled enormously, as much as 8-fold. That would be over 1 million people. That would be over 1 million people in a single city in ancient time, like in around 0 BC. That's fucked. That's so many people. Especially for like a desert location. Like, that's insane. These pilgrimages renewed at least the outward forms of faith and helped buttress Judaism against assimilation by surrounding religions. The sheer magnificence of Herod's temple added to the effect. Yeah, see, like, it goes on, it says, like, oh, it's bad that they're owned by Rome, but that stability allowed them to create this thing that is important. This is why I share a lot of beliefs philosophically with small L libertarians and political anarchists. I just come to a very different conclusion than them, because I feel that, like, the best way to have freedom and flourishing society isn't by abolishing a form of rule, it's by disseminating the power inherent in that rule to as many people as possible. Effectively erasing the line between you and government. Not removing that government entirely, because that's lawlessness. At that point, I can just bash your head in with a rock and there's no police. In addition, Jerusalem housed hundreds of synagogues, each one teaching the law and the prophets, instructing Jews in the faith in every language of the known world. Add to this hundreds more rabbinic academies, and it's easy to see how Jews kept their faith for centuries, despite ceaseless pressure to blend in. In the crowded religious field of the day, their belief in the invisible, singular creator God of the Hebrew Old Testament, the God who promised the coming Messiah, remained strong. So strong, in fact, that many people waited in anxious expectation for his appearance. What he would do, however, remained a point of debate. And then there's a picture of Herodic coins. Objects depicted include a pomegranate and a palm branch. And the Hebrew word Messiah occurs 39 times in the Old Testament. The Greek equivalent is Christos, meaning Christ. Christ, the average person picking this off a fucking shelf doesn't know what Christ means. They think it's Jesus' name. If you ask the average person, like, they think Christ is his surname. They don't think it's a title. Same as Mohandas Gandhi. They think Mohandas is his name. So, the root words refer to an anointing in which oil is poured over the head to consecrate a priest, a prophet, or a king to office. Today's word christening shares the same root. There we go. From its opening chapters, the scriptures assemble the growing profile of a coming Messiah. See, it explains the root, but it doesn't say what the word means. And then it just lists a bunch of scripture in which the word Messiah appears. Trash. Trite. Garbage. Anyone who believes in the nonsensical, rambling predictions of some sort of men who claim to be able to see the future due to divine relevance or significance of any sort are simply foolish. Now, back to interpreting the Advent calendar's secret Illuminati messages as only one with my skills can due to my inherent genius. Now here we have, again, I return to this worker because simply their placement is auspicious to me. This is a chocolate taken from their forehead region. This is clearly the mind of this worker. And interestingly, it is another Santa Claus. So clearly, they are thinking about the weight of capitalism and mainstream society's norms on their mind. It's heavy on their mind, as it would be for most working class people. And I think that's sort of the status quo that they're attempting to maintain. In the coming year. Which is, of course, heinous and vile. There are things far worse than the status quo, but it's reaching a point where it simply isn't acceptable anymore. We're here for the 12th day of Christmas. It emerges from an hourglass. An hourglass symbolizing scrutiny, closer investigation of a given topic. And again, Santa Claus, reinforcing traditions, the status quo, a sense of greed. I think what that means is that they suspect those powers that be in the shadow government and the deep state. They suspect that there will be an advanced sense of scrutiny of traditions and social norms in the coming year. Which I think is fair. I feel like that's an ongoing trend. One more. Now here we see, this is interesting. This is quite interesting. Here we see a Santa Claus. His forehead and face is where this this chocolate emerges. And the chocolate is itself a Santa Claus. I think what this means is that the Illuminati and the powers that be are recognizing a sense of the requirement for a sort of self-reflection, and they realize they're not fools. They realize that infinite growth is impossible. So they they sense the need for their own self-reflection of how they run society for fear of everything breaking. Which I think is a good idea. So, because I hadn't played those games beforehand, I didn't realize they would both be so short. So I'm going to find another game to throw in to help kill the time. That's all we're ever doing here. Killing time. Attempting to stave off in whatever way we can the overwhelming urge to just sort of just be done with it. Whew! Oh good, a disclaimer. Excellent. Let's move me up here. There we go. There we go. Hopefully I'm not covering up anything with my stupid face. Turn down the music volume. This is a game that I have no idea what it's about, and I don't know if there's any titties in it, called Her Lie I Tried to Believe. I did say Israel. I was talking about Israel. Oh, if someone's interested in how Israel flourished under the boot of Rome pressing down on its neck, I have this, The Birth of Jesus, A Christmas Miracle, the greatest story ever told, that my beautiful, wonderful roommates gave me last year for Christmas, and I read from it ever since then. It's just trash. I love it. It's just religious garbage. And I'll be reading from it later. But because we've gone too long without video games here on Twitch, which is what we need, I'm going to be playing Her Lie I Tried to Believe, which I don't know what it's about, other than it's got a disclaimer at the beginning, and presumably is about a lie. I wonder why I didn't notice at the time the meaning behind all of this. Now that I understand it, I can declare with certainty that my life would have been completely different if I had seen through it sooner. Was I too insensitive? Or maybe I simply wished I didn't really understand. No matter. Maybe you will see the truth where I couldn't. Oh, this is gonna be good. Oh, this is gonna give me feelings. This is gonna make me want to kill those feelings with booze. And that's what Christmas is all about. Killing your feelings with booze. It all started in elementary school. Oh no. Nothing good starts in elementary school. Elementary school is a place of impermanence, And anything that carries on into adulthood from elementary school is bad. Think about it. Any like memories you have of elementary school that are good are just that. They're memories and they're good. Like if you think fondly back in elementary school, it was a temporary thing. If you like remember elementary school for whatever reason, it was bad. It was real bad. Not middle school nor high school, but elementary school. Just to tell you how long she's been tormenting me. See, it's bad. It's bad. Yes, a girl. It's always about a girl, isn't it? Couldn't have been a rivalry between boys. Nope. Needed to be a girl. Fuck. This game's gonna get real. Let me tell ya. Just this scene. Just this scene. Love it. There's no predetermined time to mark when exactly this happened. It just kind of turned out this way, I guess. The moment I laid my eyes on her, I knew I would hate her. Wow! Was she, like, black? That's terrible. That's terrible. I'm a terrible human being. Oh my god! Oh my god, I want to take her face away. She was tall. Well, not tall, but still, see, minor quip, that should be reversed. Because when you're saying that out loud, you say, she was tall. Well, not tall. The emphasis is on the first one, which is, the emphasis is why you italicize it. Right. But still taller than me back then. You know how it goes. That is generally true. Girls hit their growth spurt on average faster than boys. Her hair was not very long. Boyish would probably be a good way to define it. But again, this wasn't such a surprise during that time. Her strength must have been similar to mine even. Yeah, because you're children. You're children.
Hey there, Mr. Muslim. Merry fucking Christmas. Put down that book,
Hello, Kensley. Her features resembled most of the girls. She wasn't special, that's for sure. Wow! That's harsh. You're not special. She had brown eyes, black hair, a cute little girl, and it stopped at that. Just that. But there was one thing. Only one simple thing that separated her from the rest of those pure girls. Ew, that's a term. Her eyes. Oh god, okay. There was something, and I'm not talking about twinkles or anything of the sort. I'm talking about something darker. Something that doesn't belong in a kid. But she hid it. Or at least tried to. And it worked with most people. But not with me. I wonder if she saw the same thing in my eyes. Maybe that's why I felt so much contempt for her. Maybe that's why she answered that contempt with some unknown feelings of her own. This game's gonna get dark! Like, I don't know what this game is about, but it's gonna get dark. I don't know how it happened. Did she provoke me first, or was I the one pushing this conception as the sole intent of our relationship? The fact that we were rivals. I think it started because she was beating me at running. She was beating me at pretty much everything, really, but I think running was something more perceivable, and that's why I felt it weighing so much more on my mind. To be beaten by a girl. See, that's an indictment of how deeply misogynistic our society is. Because, like, running is not something that's even... Like, I'm pretty sure running isn't particularly dominated by the slight sexual dimorphism present in humans. Like, it's not like men are inherently way faster than women. Like, strength, we have a slight edge. But I feel like running probably isn't all that different. I may be wrong. I haven't studied running. But either way, like throw like a girl, beaten by a girl, what are you, a girl? Like, it's just so fucking tired at this point. Like, I hate... These phrases shouldn't even be taught to an entire generation, and then they'd be gone. Because they aren't based in reality. And it wasn't that she had a talent for running or whatever. It was simply that I was mediocre. And it would have probably been alright with me if it weren't for that smile. That smile! Always teasing me. So brightly so. And it wasn't that compelling either. I mean, more often than not, she would be missing some teeth due to growth, so... But again, I don't fully remember why she started doing this. But every time she finished before me in a race during PE, she would always look at me with that smile and say, "Better luck next time, Tim." Oh, that's right. Here we go. Our name is Tim. That means we're a piece of shit. Think about it. Have you ever met anyone named Tim who was a decent human being? Of course not. That's what this game's gonna be about. I actually don't think I've met anybody named Tim in real life. But the only two famous examples I can think of are pieces of shit. Namely, Tim Buckley and Tim Allen. For me, it was the greatest insult. For a boy who tries to distinguish himself from the others, i.e. a fucking piece of garbage, in an environment such as elementary school, to be beaten and laughed at by a girl, there's no way I wouldn't take it personally. See, this sounds like a you problem, bud. I don't know if I want to associate with you as a novel protagonist. So I made it kind of my life mission to beat her at every opportunity I get. Wow! Like, I know he means at things, but that's a statement. I make it my life mission to beat her at every opportunity I get. But sadly for me, I was just an average guy, and while she was too an average girl, she was still slightly better than I was. I think for her it was simply a game, something to put a smile on her face or to feel proud about. Seeing me fail and looking so irritated by that fact, she might have thought I was also amusing myself somehow. This is gonna get into some serious shit. Like, I don't know what this game's about, but this intro alone is actually, like, scaring me. Like, I'm worried about what I'm about to put on my stream. It was only when winter came that she understood the depths of my feelings. We were playing King of the Hill on a snow mountain with a couple of kids. I said we, but we weren't friends or even really acquainted with one another. We knew each other's names and that was that. Maybe it made even more of an impact because of this. Because no one was really playing aggressively. We were just kind of pushing each other out from the top of the mountain to claim it our own. But when I saw her, that girl, climb to the top of the mountain and try to take even this fleeting achievement from me, I just kind of snapped. I remember thinking, this is mine, you won't take it away from me. Yeah, this sounds like we are playing someone with fucking problems. And she didn't. She didn't because I grabbed her with all my strength and I threw her to the bottom of the mountain, directly on hard ground. It must have hurt. It must have hurt really bad. But my thoughts weren't there. I was completely euphoric with the idea that I protected what was mine. That I was finally beating her at something. I guess our strengths were really no match at all. Or no match after all. Yeah, kids are... I'm the type of person that believes that personhood is based in a sense of sentience and compassion and self-awareness. And part of that philosophy is that I don't think that little kids, like little young kids, are people yet, because they can't be. And if you think about like how we allow for voting, that's true. Like in Canada at least, like the legal definition of personhood is what includes whether you can vote or not. Like for a long time women weren't considered persons, which is why they couldn't vote. And by that definition, so it follows that like children are not persons in the legal sense of like they can vote and they have autonomy. which I think most people can agree with. Like, you can't have kids. Kids don't understand the world they live in to an extent where they can make a legal, democratic decision. If you think back on your own childhood, there's lots of stuff you did just based on instinct. And that's the type of thing that's happening here. The kids were all regrouping themselves around her for some reason. I finally understood that I did something I shouldn't have done. Their glares on me told me so. Yet I didn't feel bad. Yeah, think about when you were a kid. You had so little empathy when you were a child. And if you're lying and say that you had a lot of empathy as a child, you're lying. You're just plain lying. Children have way less empathy. It is such a learned thing. Their glares on me told me so. Yet I didn't feel bad. I mean, this girl has been tormenting me way more than this. But they didn't know. How could they know? Finally, the girl, Cassandra, got up painfully from the ground. She didn't cry. She didn't try to stir up compassion from those around her. No. She simply looked at me. Looked at me with those eyes. That's when I knew she finally understood how I feel. That's when I knew she finally started hating me. This is gonna be fucking dark. They're gonna hate fuck or something. This is bad. What have I done? She became serious. That rivalry I thought we had was nothing more than normality for her. So by seriously trying to beat me at everything, she became one of the best students in our class. I could say some stupid shit like I wanted her to become this way because I knew she was faking to be someone else, but that's clearly not the case. The only reasons I ever had in wanting to crush her were simply juvenile and immature ones at best. I don't think she was fake before by any stretch of the imagination. I just think she had that much potential. Sure, I also became better because of that fact, but she always had the last word in the end. And her smile changed too. There was no longer this faint warmth emanating from it. It was cold, like this thing I thought I had once seen in her eyes. She finally looked at me the way I always looked at her. I guess I opened her eyes, and she then saw me for whom I truly was. I didn't feel bad. Is that a correct use of whom? I've never been familiar with the correct use of whom. Whomstiv. I didn't feel bad about it, at least I thought I didn't. If I had any emotion back then, it was probably numbed by this excruciating feeling of being humiliated. Also, she stopped saying her usual line and beating me. She continued saying something alright, but it was no longer that line. Instead, she just said something like, "Are you even trying?" And she would say it as often as she could. It was no longer simply when we were running against each other, but also during our academic reports and even during luck-influenced games. My elementary school life ended with an extremely bitter aftertaste. Oh my god, buddy, like, who the fuck? Think back to goddamn elementary school. Like, my elementary school ended in grade 6. I feel like that's the norm. And I remember thinking that, like, grade 6 in particular was a little weird, just because that was sort of when... That was when, at least in my school, it felt like everyone wasn't just sort of automatically friends with everyone else. Like, when you're fucking kids, it's not like you hold grudges or form cliques. And grade 6, at least for me, was when that sort of changed and people sort of broke off into their own little groups. But, like, I didn't fucking want to die at the end of elementary school like I did middle or high school. Like, who has their elementary school life? Like, that's the most unrealistic thing about this, is just sort of the age range. Whose elementary school life ends with an extremely bitter aftertaste? Like, how do you feel bitter when you're, what, grade 6 would be like, what, 12? How do you feel bitter at that age? How do you feel those feelings before you hit puberty and your brain is flooded with hormones and grows at an unreasonable rate along with your body? I became the laughingstock of my class, and I somehow helped Cassandra become even better than she already was. Yeah, that's not... Why would you be bitter about that? You helped someone. Who cares if it's your rival? You helped someone. A complete defeat indeed. But there would be other chances for me to prove my worth. I knew there would. Like, who's think... Like, I know, like... Yeah, I know legitimately one person that I have regular interaction with from grade school. And that's because we're friends. Like, unless you count my brother, because we technically went to the same school. So that would bring it up to 2. A chance to crush her, that is. Middle school brought some changes with it. Well, not right away, but in the second part of the first year, for sure. See, because at the beginning of this game, when you mention middle school and high school, I feel like he's not a high school student. So, it just strikes me as odd that this is going to be a relationship that continues beyond that. I became taller. Or maybe she became smaller? I don't know. You got taller, son! You fucking idiot! You fucking moron. Since she was the sole thing I ever set my eyes on, she became my reference for when it comes to any kind of physical changes. Yeah, the environment didn't fucking grow. You goddamn idiot. I can hardly believe it, yet it was something that anyone could have predicted. Me becoming taller than her. For some unknown reason, we still ended up in the same class. What do you mean, unknown reason? Chance. There's your reason. We had somehow chosen the same options, disgustingly enough. Our hatred toward each other was still very real. So it was like we only picked things up from where we left them off during elementary school. Her hair was now longer. She started, little by little, to take up shapes which made her body no longer regarded as to one of a kid anymore. I'm upset that statement came out of my mouth. She started, little by little, to take up shapes which made her body no longer be regarded as one of a kid anymore. Bah! I kind of want to just take that text and put it on a shirt. Future NecroMage. Take that text, put it on a shirt. Put it in your store. Even I could see how beautiful she was becoming, yet I was still repulsed by her. So? Likewise, I changed in a drastic fashion. I became taller, and I gained some mass along the way. Gained some mass. Cultivating mass. Again, I was very much an average guy, but I still tried the best I could to keep my body in shape in order to eventually win against her. And that paid off. Or maybe it was just the direct result of those apparent changes. But in any case, I finally started to have the upper hand on her. At least during PE and other physical competitions. I was no longer chasing her. She was now chasing me. Can you at least show a bit of determination? That was my line. What a joke, really. Couldn't even think of anything clever to say, so I just stole her line and made it my own. That was the line she showed earlier. And I wouldn't stop at that. I wanted my back to be as far in front of her as it possibly could. So I decided to start playing basketball to build up stamina, and keep my body in shape. In no time I became somewhat popular, and I don't think I was any good really. My whole team was just that bad, that's all. And anyway, popularity didn't interest me. My eyes were still locked on her at this time. Sure, I played the card of the cool kid, faking to enjoy everyone's eyes on me, but I was just another way to get back at her. This is gonna be fucked. I don't know what's going to happen. But this whole setup is just too long and fucked for it not to be terrible. Cassandra, just her name makes me shudder. She was popular in elementary school, but now she was kind of distant and solitary. Then look at me and acknowledge my existence. It was how I thought. But every time I looked her way, she never looked at mine. I came to realize that she had lost all interest in our rivalry. It was only natural. I mean, she no longer had any chance when it comes to physical performances. That's gross. That's really gross. So I decided it was time to change gears. If I wanted to take everything away from her, I would need to build up not only my body, but my mind, too. Holy fuck, this is... Oh my god. That bitch is ignoring me like that. I'll show you just how much you made me suffer. Like, let it go, dude. Like, how... Who carries such a... like a non-thing out of elementary school? Like... Oh, God. I dropped the cover of my wine. That's fine. It took me a long time to better my academic results. A long time indeed. It was all but natural to me. In the end, I had no other choice but to drop the basketball team in order to focus on my studies. This is like unhealthy behavior. The 2 years of 2 years? What the fuck? My middle school was 3 years, so I don't know what this situation is in terms of age. Entirely, obviously, I know a general idea. The 2 years of middle school ended, but she was still always one step in front of me. One day the next, she would stop teasing me or even look proud of what she'd accomplished. The glimpse of darkness that I once saw in her eyes was now the only thing persisting to be seen throughout her features. High school finally came, but luck was not on my side this time around. We no longer had any class in common. You fucking kid. Like, it sounds like you're doing way more to her than she ever did to you. Like, she beat you at running while you were a child. And you're, like, stalking her. Yeah. Luck? Wonder why I looked at it this way. Probably because tormenting her gave me so much satisfaction. It didn't matter, though. I could still compete with her in the midterm exams and like, dude, you're fucked. All I needed to do was keep on studying until I felt completely satisfied with my results. My popularity had already degraded to the point of being called inexistent. Yet there were still girls that confessed to me from time to time. Every time I would turn them down, though. If I had time messing around with girls, I probably had time to study even longer than I already was. Fuck. Who is this sociopath? Who is this fucking nightmare child from Satan's loins in this goddamn book? At least that's how I tried to keep myself focused. So, you understand I felt pretty stupid when I first saw her with a boy. Until then, she didn't seem to show any interest in the opposite sex. I wonder why it changed now, of all times. Because it's fucking high school? And that's when you hit... like, oh my god. Like... Someone better die in this. This is too fucked up. Sure, she was quite good looking. She was a lot more feminine than when she was younger. No wonder she would be popular with the boys. But with how long I've been watching her, I couldn't think of it any other way than why now of all times. I was mad. I was disappointed. I felt humiliated. So does that mean she doesn't need to study as much as I do to beat me? Is that what she's trying to say? This made me put even more efforts on my studies. Because you're a fucking psychopath. There's no way it's going to end up the way you want it to be this time. One moment.
This is a song that, there's a lot of Christmas songs out there, and not too many Hanukkah songs, so wrote a song for all those nice little Jewish kids who don't get to hear any Hanukkah songs. Here we go.
I was sure that I would crush her during our next midterms. So you can imagine my surprise when I actually did.
Here comes Hanukkah, so much Hanukkah to celebrate Hanukkah. Hanukkah is
What is this game?
festival of lights.
Oh, they're gonna be...
Instead of one day of presents, we have 8 crazy.
The grades of the top 50 were displayed on a sheet of paper in the main hall of the school. Normally she would be in the top 5 while I would be in the top 10. But this time around it was reversed. How could this be? This thing that I was apparently putting psychotic amounts of effort into. I was angry. I should have been happy, but I wasn't. How could I be? This wasn't supposed to be this way. There was too large a margin between the two of us. That was impossible. I remember that right then and there I looked around me, really pissed off. That's when our eyes met. For the first time in at least a year and a half, our eyes met with each other, and while mine were extremely cold, hers were as passionate as ever. As if she never changed during all those years. She even smiled at me, disgustingly so. I walked in her direction, unable to keep my cool. What's wrong with you? I blurred out as if there was intimacy in our relationship when, in reality, it was the first time I spoke to her since middle school. Excuse me? She said to me, trying to look clueless as the reason for my forceful approach. Is this like a game where you're just projecting on this poor girl and she's like completely innocent? Because I'm okay with that, but that's fucked up.
Not a Jew.
What a great actress she is. She doesn't know the... that might be it. She doesn't know the reason for me to be all worked up.
He converted.
Is this because of your new boyfriend? Is this jealousy I hear? She's doing this on purpose. Don't fuck with me! Ooh, I'm Tim. I don't like playing this protagonist. This is not cool. This is... oh my god. I do not condone the behavior of this psychopath. I take a hold of her collar aggressively and look her directly in the eyes. I hear others around us talking as though I'm about to hit her or something. They seem almost scared of what I might do. Yet she doesn't look scared at all. She reciprocates my stare and waits for my words. What is it with that grade, eh? Are you not taking it seriously anymore now that you have a boyfriend? Is that it? My grade? So you came to talk to me just because of my grade? Her eyes became stern. The inoffensive smile she once had on her face disappeared viciously. Tell me, why is it?
Paperwork laid out. That's Joel Plaskett.
Why is she changing all of a sudden? This shouldn't happen. And then she molts into a gorgon creature with wings and fangs and 6 arms and takes to the sky. Why, you ask? I don't know. It just ended up that way, that's all. Yeah, like a normal person's grade. Like a non-obsessive psychopath. Don't give me that shit. I know you. Every Tim is a terrible person. It's just a red flag. You know what? She pushed me upon hearing my words. I lost the hold I had on her as a direct result. You know nothing, Tim. You know nothing, Jon Snow. Whatever. You better get your act together next time, or else Else what? A guy closed in on us, and he put his hand on my shoulder in a warning kind of fashion. Is this guy troubling you, Cass? Kid! I shook his hand off of me and walked away without looking back. I'll show you next time who's the best between the both of us. You better prepare yourself. I think she said something back to me, but I didn't hear it. I was too extremely frustrated by her attitude to hear or see anything around me. People probably looked at me the wrong way, but it didn't matter to me. Because I'm a fucking sociopath. What the fuck is this? I was expecting, like, some weird psychological torment from her. This is fucked. This is fucked. As if everything I've been doing has no value. It's high school. Everything you're doing does have no value. As if I was ever the only one seeing ourselves as rivals. Yeah, sounds that way. But this should be okay now. By confronting her like that, I gave her a little push. That's all she needs. Her pride will come out on top in the end. I don't want to lose this. I don't want to lose to her. You didn't. You won. Like I don't understand this insane mentality of I'm gonna do everything I can to beat her, and then you beat her, and you're not happy. How stupid I was. Not understanding that the person I thought I hated the most was also the one I needed the most. Is this what we call irony? No, it's what we call being fucking psychotic. I had studied for the past 3 years on a multitude of subjects, yet I was so extremely clueless to the most natural things surrounding my life. Oh, hello! You are on stream!
The best. Thank you so much,
He's my brother slash roommate. Don't know what your framing is like, but I think you're in frame.
Present.
Thank you.
Merry Yule. Late Yule.
Happy late Yule to me. Well, I'm gonna... Let's switch to webcam only while I open this, whatever this is. Ooh. Okay. What is this? Oh! Oh, awesome! It's a tripod. This is awesome. Oh, it's got some sort of remote situation. This is great. Now I can actually film things without finding creative ways to set up my phone. This is fantastic. Thank you. I'll travel at the speed of light. If I'm Santa now, does that mean that I sleep with Santa's wife? Cause I'm down, son. Fire in my fireplace. Not talking about his flying ship. Look forward to me using that on NecroMageTV. Oh no! What's happening? I was so sure of myself. Oh, for that I was. There was nothing else occupying my mind during all those weeks of self-study and cram school. Cram school! It's like scam school, but boring. I'll beat her fair and square. Last time wasn't a fair fight. She had purposely neglected her studies for something as stupid as love. As stupid as love! Oh, this guy's the villain. This guy is... Oh. But now will be different. I guess it's probably because of my obsession with my studies that I had yet to notice something so important. Something I shouldn't have missed. In front of the piece of paper which numbered out the best students, I was searching frantically like a madman for something that was definitely supposed to be there. Not there, not there, not there, not even there. What the fuck? That's impossible. She must have changed her name or something. This can't be happening. But no matter how many times I look at it, I was forced to conclude the same thing over and over again. She wasn't here. She was not in the top 50. I thought that maybe, ridiculously enough, she had skipped a year somehow, even though we're in the middle of the semester. But she wasn't in the top of the third years either. How could that be? I went directly to the ones in charge of those stupid lists. They probably had made a mistake, useless as they were. That's where I heard something preposterous, something so fucking ridiculous I had no other choice but to snap back at them and insult the lots of them. They told me, and this with the most serious tone there is, that she had quit school a month and a half ago. is this gonna be like, is this whole thing like stalking and killing a girl? Because that's the impression I'm getting. A fucking month and a half. So while I was uselessly, obsessively, foolishly trying the best I could to surpass this girl that I thought was my equal, she was messing around, probably with boys or whatever, and didn't think of me even as worth the effort. She probably thought she could already have everything in life since she was so fucking good, and she left me here like a fool lingering with this fucking feeling inside my throat that just doesn't want to disappear. This is bad. I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to believe it, but it was the truth nonetheless. I was just too fucking blind to see it coming, that was all. Fuck! This is a good time, I think, for some Advent interpretation. Where was I? 12, 13, 14. Now here we see, I realized I was interpreting this wrong at the beginning of the stream. I thought that these pictures were less important than they were. This is the product of the manufacturing cycle being automated by a machine. And again, a Santa Claus. So this shows that the Illuminati are thinking about automation and the elimination of jobs therein.
I woke up this morning excited. My wife told me great news. She told me she's pregnant with our baby boy. I was screaming and laughing and jumping, so happy, excited. I was crying with laughter. I was crying with joy. But then I stepped back and said, honey, but we ain't had sex yet. So how are you pregnant? I'm really confused. And then she said God got her pregnant without even banging. And our son will grow up.
This one is placed behind the eye. We all know how the Illuminati love their eye symbology. Of a worker that's placed in a prominent position. The one holding the magnifying glass. So someone of the administrative, sort of the quality assurance type. It's a green-headed snowman. What I think this means is that they plan on financial rewards for those who don't produce goods, but have some sort of administrative quality toward the production of goods. So again, you can expect an increase in income inequality between management and workers in the following year. Assuming that we don't burn society to the ground. Which I advocate for, but most people don't.
How did we make a baby without even using my dick? You're my little baby boy. I don't know who your daddy is, but I'm still gonna take you as my own.
Oh, this is bad.
I sing you lots of lullabies and hold you every time you cry.
So the 16th, the next square, is placed firmly in the heart of that machine. And the chocolate... Excuse me. And the chocolate therein is the golden teddy bear with the red scarf, which we have firmly established to represent China and its interest. Oh, excuse me. Which I think is ominous, because it shows that China is going to continue automating production, eliminating. Look at that! Look at that! It's a spitting image of the Prime Minister himself, or President, whatever, whoever that leader of China is. Is there a significant difference in the modern day between a prime minister and a president? Realistically. Like, it's pretty much the electoral process, not so much the position itself. And assuming China has an actual electoral process is farcical. One more, and then we'll go back to Her Lie I Try to Believe. Ooh. Now here we have... This is interesting. Ooh. Here we have this worker here. Blue hair. Person of color. Which you would think would be the recipe for a Tumblrina. If we're going to be nasty and use internet name calling as labeling. Where'd the music go? YouTube, of course I want to continue watching videos. But inside her brain was a red bar. What I think that speaks to is the assumption that there's going to be not a rise in Republican support, because there won't be, because they are ghouls, but a sort of growing wave of conservatism itself, which, while depressing, is fair considering the sheer neglect and scarcity in which most working people find themselves. They tend to, in times of crisis, people will care more about themselves and their own survival than society as a whole, even if, when you think about it, improving society as a whole will help the bottom rung of society and the lower rungs of society, which most people are unwilling to admit that they're on. Not me, though. I could make $10,000 just by downing this. Because I'm poor and in debt. Fuck! That bitch! She won even when I was sure of winning. This guy's crazy. This guy's obsessed. She won even when I was sure of winning. This hopeless feeling I get was... Whoa, okay, this hopeless feeling I was so eager to give her was now stuck within me, unable to get rid of it. She was no longer someone I could go head-to-head with, since she had given up entirely. I asked for the reason for her departure, and they told me it was of a personal matter. Probably had something to do with her family or whatever. But I knew it wasn't. Fucking bullshit. It was probably a way to get back at me, knowing that I was finally going to beat her. She just ended up quitting to make sure it never happened. Like, dude, you got higher grades than her already. What is this game? Like, who is this guy? Who the fuck thinks this way? But then I had a revelation. What if I decided to wait for her another year? Yeah, that would be a great idea. I just needed to purposely fail, and then... But then I realized I just topped number 2 in my last academic results, and was pretty much sure of passing. Ooh, what is this game? This was over. I lost the one thing that was keeping me going, so I killed myself. Good. For a time, I seriously wondered what I was going to do with my life, now that I've lost all interest. But eventually, it didn't matter that much. Since I had done this for a good part of my youth, I couldn't easily stop. So I just continued studying the best I could, with emptiness as my sole source of motivation. What? What is the writing in this game? Like, let me speak truth to power for a moment, and let me tell you from experience. Emptiness is not motivation. Emptiness is something that I have tried to escape my entire adult life. And days like today are one of the few that I managed to succeed. High school came to an end extremely quickly. The last day of school, I looked around me and I saw a lot of students happily chatting together, probably feeling proud of themselves. Sheep! Some had boyfriends and girlfriends at their side, their arms around them, as though the world no longer had any secret to them. I was the best of my class, one of the best of the whole school, and yet I knew nothing. I felt hollow. I was already going to the top university. I could see my future without anyone telling me. Yet I had lost something by becoming who I am. I know this. But since I'm not one of them, I don't know what that is. This is some American Psycho shit. Chapter 2. A group date, maybe? Oh no. 2 years. What the fuck is this game? It took 2 years to see her again. By that time, my majoring was very well underway, as I was starting to be used to the university lifestyle. I was living on my own inside a gloomy one-room apartment for less than a year. I had zero passions, and I only knew how to do one thing correctly, which is, of course, studying, as if I was the subject of a curse a long time ago. I didn't know why I was so into it. Yeah, I'll probably have a lot of doors open up to me in the future, but what if I don't want to enter any of them? Okay. You won't have a lot of doors opened up to you in the future, because you aren't rich. It doesn't matter if you study a shit ton, unless you're in the very top percentile, or rich. Those doors won't open. I have no motivation to climb up the ladder, and surely wouldn't know what to do with all the money being thrown at me. I hate this person. I hate them. I hate them a lot. But I guess this type of attitude could attract some people, as if they know talking to you would inevitably boost their own self-esteem. What the fuck? Oh my god, this guy's sadder than I am. Jesus. That's how I made my first friend since, well, have I ever had a friend before? That's some big oof energy. Well, it's not as if I was seeing him as a friend either way. He was in most of my classes during high school, and took that as an opportunity to start socializing with me during our courses together. I went with the flow, finding my own amusement in his somewhat carefree demeanor. That's when one day, out of nowhere, he decided to invite me to this... I don't remember how it's pronounced. I can't call it a date. A group date, maybe? Fuck it. Anyway, this is... like... I hope this writing is leading somewhere, because otherwise it's someone who's just throwing in fuck a lot to feel more mature. And I don't want to write them off as that being the case yet, but I'll be really disappointed if that turns out to be the case. Fuck it. Anyway, this is the thing where a group of men and women of the same age, and logically of the same number, meet with each other for almost the first time in an attempt to find love. It was obviously a cheap excuse for trying to find somebody to empty your load in. Whoa, Jesus Christ, this is crass. But whatever, to the point I was in, it didn't matter all that much. Trying to fuck someone was, as most of the men my age, any age really, one of my priorities, even though pretty much inaccessible. Ah. Yeah. What a gross human being this game is portrayed. I didn't get out of my way to try to have sex, and that's probably the reason why I had zero sex life. That, or you're a fucking mannequin. So I accepted. He was kind of odd though. He said to me, "You won't regret it, Tim. I even have a surprise waiting for you." That's ghoulish. That's like that's the type of thing where it's like, if you hear it, you should immediately think like, are they like 12 years old? What the fuck is happening? Like, that's a red flag. Just that statement alone. And he would laugh like an imbecile. He was an imbecile. And only I realized what he meant by that when I entered the bar we were meeting at. There were 7 waiting, 8 with me, 4 boys and 4 girls. 2 of those girls were completely unattractive, fatter with a big chin and a weird hairstyle. What the? Wow, Jesus Christ. This guy's a fucking winner. Ugh. The other one was already almost in bed with that big mouth guy. So those 3 were unfuckable. This was my first thought upon entering the bar. Who is this? Who is this fucking asshole that this game has put in the role of the protagonist? Like, I hate him. I hate him. This is amazing how much I hate this man. The second thought wasn't as different as the first one, but was still very surprising indeed. Oh, is it her? It was her! She was there, drinking a beer, casually talking with that other guy. Sports-like type. Another one unfuckable, but of course not for the same reason. Because, oh wow, I should just get out of here. This is so pitiful, it's not even funny. That's when Mike, my friend... Another thing, everyone named Mike is a piece of trash, except for Mike Bogardus. He is pretty swell. Everyone else I've met is named Mike. Kind of an asshole. My friend noticed my arrival and forcefully introduced me to the group. Oh, this is the guy I was talking about. Hey Tim, come, don't be shy, we were waiting for you. I almost clicked my tongue out loud, but I thought otherwise. Maybe that big chin one could be fucking with a couple of... What a piece of shit! What an actual scumbag! This game... This is not the direction I thought this was going to be. I thought this was going to be like, she's a monster. And this guy's the monster. I sat next to my friend. I tried not to look too much at the right-hand side of the table because the symmetry irritated me somehow. He said my name out loud and said everyone else's name right after. I don't remember any of them, and seriously don't want to even use the most useless part of my brain to store one of them, because, oh my god, this... Who is this? Like, people like this exist, but I haven't had the misfortune of meeting any of them. Like, what scum? What better than thou, self-righteous? I still politely greeted everyone until it came to that name. And I could introduce you to Cassandra, but I guess I don't have to, right? Hehehe. I looked at him annoyed. He's clearly happy to introduce her to me. As though me meeting her again would make me happy. Like it's a gift or something. Why the fuck does he even know the fact that we already knew each other? I said, yeah, with a hand scratching my hair, a bit flustered. Likewise, she didn't look my way all that much and only said hi with a voice that could be misunderstood as a whisper. I'm grateful for that. Even if I harbored hate for her for the most part of my life, and probably still, the fact that she understood my reluctance to face her was what saved the little composure that I had left. So I was able to enjoy my beer while chatting with the group of people around me, and it didn't stir me all that much as she was actually there. It was just that, in the heat of the moment, I didn't know what to think of. I didn't even understand the feeling I had for her anymore. I hated her for so long a time that, for me, it was as though she just wasn't even human. And the fact that she disappeared completely from my life at one point, my mind only assumed she was dead. Who is this self-centered, the universe revolves around me, piece of garbage? This is amazing. So a non-human presumed dead, looking so lively and joyous, it was only natural that I was baffled a bit. Of course, how could anyone be happy and have a life outside of me? Yeah, that's a good reason. She was sexy. No longer cute or beautiful, but sexy. I almost want to go back and deliver more fucking packages. This is pain. Oof. She had a blue shirt which underlined well her overly seductive form. Oh! That was puked in my mouth. Her overly seductive forms. Oh, your forms. They're so seductive. Overly so. She had a blue shirt which underlined well her overly seductive forms, a black skirt that I couldn't see very well due to the table, and her hair was loose and ended a bit under her chest. I tried not to look at her, but it was hard when surrounded by ugly girls. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? I tried not to look at her, but it was hard when surrounded by ugly girls. I still did what I must, and tried to hook up with the chin girl in front of me. After an hour and a half, I was at my 4th beer, and the first couple decided to finish the night alone. This made things a bit complicated. Now there were me, the fat girl, my friend, the big chin, the sports dude, and Cass, whatever, the other girl that I once knew. This is god damn. So it was obviously becoming harder and harder to actually not interact with her. That's when the phone of the girl in front of me, Chin. Oh, this is so gross. Chin started vibrating. She became kind of hysterical by I think it was a message that she received on her... No, it was a goddamn emoji. What the fuck would you... What else would you receive on a phone? What else do you receive on a phone other than a message? She said a couple of words to the fat girl seated next to her and then took off. The fat girl looked at me a bit awkward and said, "Sorry, her ex just texted her, so..." As if it was the most understandable thing in the world. Oh my god. This is... I feel gross reading this. So that ugly chick just dumped me for a guy that probably flushed her a while ago. Wow, that is harsh. I don't like this protagonist. And not because he's a moron, like most of these protagonists in visual novels, but because he's scum of the earth. I was depressed, but not for her departure per se. Obviously, because if she's outwardly ugly, why should I value her as a human being? At least the alcohol started to do its work. That's when everything started to turn into the wrong direction. My friend, who was seated on my left in front of the fat chick, is now seated on my right. The sports dude who once chatted with that girl was now enjoying his time with the fat chick on my left. That's when I realized that my friend, without notifying me in advance, started a group conversation with her and me. Who is this jackoff? Wait. So from where do you two know each other? I was staring at the table and maybe at the beer in my hand, trying not to look too interested. I think she answered him something while giggling, but I don't remember all that much, because even though I'm obsessed with this woman, I can't pay attention to what she says. She too seemed to be drinking quite heavily. That long? Man, I bet you're glad to be able to meet each other like this. Maybe it's, I think that's supposed to be fate, but it says faith. Maybe it's faith, who knows, haha. He was irritating me. It was so obvious that he was the one who pulled this off. Perhaps they were enmeshed with each other to humiliate me or something. This guy's a narcissist. This guy is actually a narcissist. That's when I uttered something that I probably shouldn't have. I don't know why I thought it would be a great idea. Tell me. I looked at him with a bit of defiance. How do you know that she and I knew each other anyway? I looked at his every change in expression. I probably thought he would be confused, unable to explain himself properly. But that wasn't it. He was surprised that I didn't know the reason behind it. Come on, man. Everyone in high school probably knew about it. Don't you remember? That nasty girl with her friends who were starting bad rumors about Cass just because she quit school? Ah. Fuck, now I remember. Oh man. I remember still. You were so ruthless. You walked up to those girls and started insulting the shit out of them. About how uneducated they were. How they were wasting their time. And had no future. And then you started numbering every achievement Cass ever accomplished. To the prize she won during some piano competition. To the national rank she topped with her academic results. And you know I'm not one to hit a girl or anything. But this one was so asking for it. She didn't try to listen one bit. She was continuously cutting you off about some bullshit she heard somewhere down the street. How ridiculous. What is this game? This was when I was still very much on edge from losing what I thought was my only drive in this world. Some bitches were bad-mouthing her about something along the line of prostitution or some stupid shit like that. It was the week after she quit school, so anything goes, I guess. But then, since they had nothing else more useful to do, they started to say some bullshit about her cheating during exams, or giving sexual bribery to teachers in order to top higher in midterms. That's when I lost my shit. Because telling those ridiculous things would insinuate that the rival I always thought was Maple was nothing more than a fake. And this was completely unacceptable. See, the problem is, like, he's aware of this line of thinking, which, like, it doesn't make sense. And yes, I would have beaten the shit out of them if it weren't for the teacher meddling with it. Hey Tim, do you remember what you shouted at her to make her shut up? Ellipses. I'm waiting for this to type out before I read it out loud because this game is a piece of fucking work. Enough! Even if she prostitutes herself or even cheats during the midterms, doesn't change the fact that she's way better than the lots of you. At least she achieved everything she ever set herself out to do. You low-life bitches will never understand the meaning of the term achievement as long as you still live in this world. Do you understand, you worthless piece of shit? High school! A high school student yelling this at other high school students.
Useless presents wherever they are sold. When spoiled snot-nosed brats can cry when mom and dad forget to buy them all the things they want.
Oof.
Under the Christmas tree. So visit home this winter season. Heaven's
I remember it down to the very last syllable. I've no fucking clue why, though. He said it out loud, not nearly as perfect as I remembered it, but it was still surprising hearing it from someone else's mouth. I then instantly noticed her, blushing by understanding the meaning of those words. This was bad. This was a misunderstanding. I never said this in order to protect her. I said it because I'm a fucking monster inside. At that moment, I knew for a fact you were head over heels for her, and I found it so tragic that you probably never had the chance to say it to her, so you can understand why, when I met her out of absolutely nowhere at my part-time job, he points casually towards her, I had to try and arrange something out for the both of you. So, that's why you invited me here tonight? I was then at my 5th beer, and I was not what we could call a heavy drinker back then. So I was agitated, alright, just, it was easily concealed by my wasted features, which are naturally much more blatant. Yeah, man. What else? We're friends, right? You look so down all the time, I thought this might cheer you up. You didn't have to. Seriously, you didn't have to, you fucking idiot. She wasn't saying anything much. She was looking my way silently, but I couldn't muster the strength to look at her directly. I wondered why she was saying all those things which were directly related to her. Listen, I might read these things for the stream. That might be the thing I'm doing here in a semi-professional context. But that doesn't mean that I'm very good at not stumbling over my words after downing an entire bottle of Chardonnay. So if you have a problem with that, you can fuck off. I wondered why she was so silent when he was saying all those things which were directly related to her. Then, oh, that's my girlfriend texting me. Sorry guys, gotta go. My useless friend got himself up in a hurry. What do you mean? You have a girlfriend? What was he doing here then? That's the one thing this protagonist has said that I'm with. Yeah, tonight was for you, man. He approached me ever so slightly, his breath bringing the stench of warm beer with it, and whispered into my ear, "Enjoy yourself, will ya?" And with this, he disappeared without a trace. Well, not disappeared, but I was intoxicated to a point where the actions my mind perceived around me were as though they were made in fast forward. Life and time were moving rapidly without my consent. This was extremely awkward. I turned to my left to ask the other two what they planned to do. I desperately wanted to end the night right then and there, but... Hey, have you any idea what to... There was no longer anyone seated there. Noticing this, I looked around me to realize that she and I were the only ones left at the table. They took off 10 minutes ago, maybe. Or was it 15? Giggle. For the first time that night, I made eye contact with her. Her face was flushed slightly red by the effect of the alcohol. It would have been visible to a blind that she was totally wasted. Referring to a blind as that's... I'm questioning how much of this is the character and how much of this is just the writer. Because I don't think the writer necessarily expected his protagonists to be as utterly detestable as they are. I didn't want to speak to her. I didn't want to have another minute wasted in her presence. But social etiquette was forcing me to, at the very fucking least, make sure she doesn't die before reaching her home. And that fucking is egregious. Like, some of the swearing seems like it's just there to seem more mature. Which it's not. Let's get out of here, I said, pretty coldly. She accepted right away. She didn't show any fear of being alone with me, even though we were complete strangers to one another. You clearly weren't, like... Like, if you knew each other as from elementary through high school, like, you're not complete strangers. Sure, there's been some time, but there's been, I think, 2 years? 2 years is not complete stranger territory when you've known each other since goddamn elementary school. How much of your life, like, that's like your entire life, from pretty much the time you're turned on as a human and can retain memory, up until, like, 2 years. That's nothing. Like, want to take a cab? I asked forcefully, but she said, let's walk for a bit, alright? Oh, I'm just trying so hard not to get laid, but it just keeps happening because I'm a visual novel protagonist.
Listen, you best be having 2 of them drumsticks because they're oh so tiny and they ain't much.
I clicked my tongue, but this time I made sure she heard it all right. She didn't mind, or at least she didn't show it.
You know, for years people said you overrated hamsters were my meal ticket. Now I guess you could just say, you're my meal.
That's a good one, Dave. I always knew you
She had a smile plastered on her face ever since we left the bar, not slightly affected by my cold behavior. She looked happy, irritatingly so. We didn't talk at all. We were completely silent, and it was alright with me. It was alright, until she stumbled a bit on my shoulder accidentally. Ah, sorry. Her body touched mine. I felt, for the 2 extremely little seconds it lasted, the form of her breast on my arm, and then the palm of her hand on my shoulder. It was then that I realized that she was a member of the opposite sex. Oh my god, what is this game?
There's plenty of Theodore left, though.
Oh my god. What is this game? She looks happy, doesn't she? With the happiness that she stole from me. Who the fuck is this guy? Oh my god, get over it. With the happiness that she stole from me. If she hadn't quit school on that day, I'm sure our expressions would be reversed right now. Yet she's always been the one with the smile in the end, while I, bitter, misanthropic psychopath that I am, we continue walking silently, but we're somehow closer now that I helped her back on her feet. Wait a minute. Isn't it that kind of situation? You know, that one where I walk her by the closest hotel, and she's too wasted to understand what... Whoa! Whoa! That's not right. That is not okay. That is not a situation that should be normalized. That's rape. That's rape. I'm not even gonna read the rest of those words. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god! Ooh! 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 Oh boy! Ooh! 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 That's not okay! Oh! Ugh! This is so much worse than I thought it would be, in a different direction than I thought it would be. Oh god! Oh god! Ugh! Ugh! I don't even want to read that. Ugh! Ugh! Ugh. Take another hard look at her. Ah! Yes. Yes. What a beautiful body she has. Those hips and those breasts. Even her lips seem obscene right now. It would be a total shame for her to be entirely ruined by a complete stranger. To be completely stained without any means of getting this purity she had back. I could probably play with her over and over again until her mind becomes as hollow as mine. Ah! It has now reached its complete magnitude. A throbbing sensation is starting to be felt in anticipation for this forbidden act my thoughts are drowning themselves in. One simple look at me would have probably given it away, but she's too preoccupied with trying to walk straight to even look my way. Imagining such pressure, so tainted with the sin of my imagination, let loose without any restraint, only pushes me further down this unforgiving path that shouldn't be crossed. But I already decided, didn't I? I'm already fantasizing on her purity, only to increase the pain I would most definitely inflict on her. Ugh. I want to make her cry, realizing she will lose something she will never get back. At that time, I will lick every last tear from her face until she's completely drained out. My hand approaches her thighs slowly. If I can simply get my hand around her, to help her keep her balance as an excuse, I could easily control our destination. That moment will seal her fate, and at that time, I will rip away that smile from her perfect face that I always hated so much. This is fucked up. I don't like this anymore. Maybe at the end of the day I will be satisfied enough to forgive her. For what? What slight? Has she beat you at running when you were 5. What the fuck is this? Maybe at the end of the day I will finally become whole again. This is like... This is the type of shit that, like, should be prerequisited with abuse, not whatever the fuck this is. The only thing I regret is of not having acted the part at the start of the night. If I had faked to be gentle and caring, had laughed with her about how young we were back then, I could have pushed her even further down the road of complete hopelessness by betraying even her expectations. She said softly out of nowhere. I abruptly stopped my hand from getting any further. I didn't notice because I was too focused on her alluring forms, but she was looking at my face. For how long? I have no idea. But she saw it. That I'm sure of it. My disgusting expression, already tarnishing her with my eyes. She saw everything. And yet the only thing she said was, I'm sorry. I knew how much you hated me. Yet Then she stumbled on me again with even less restraint. Her eyes. Those eyes, I remember. Were they really this way? It can't be. I stopped brusquely. By that means, she stopped to herself. Do you have any money? I asked mechanically. Not much. She replied, as if knowing the question would inevitably be asked. Can't be helped. I pulled out my phone and again mechanically inputted a string of numbers. What are you doing? I didn't reply to her. I didn't even look her way. Instead, Yes, at the intersection of street names. I put away my phone emotionlessly. Tim, I thought it would be nice to talk for a bit. Don't you wanna? She seemed let down. What does this woman want from me? Didn't she see my face just a moment ago? Is she that... Oh, God. Oof. Is she that desperate to be raped by some loser like me? Oof. I take my wallet out, take two $20 bills, and shove it in her hand violently. The taxi will be here in 5 minutes. This should cover the bill. I turn around without waiting or saying goodbye for all that matter. She doesn't say anything either. She simply looks at me with those eyes. Those eyes which are even colder than mine.
No.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. It's that time of year again. Kool-Aid Man, you ready for Christmas? Oh, yeah.
This game is a lot. And I, for one, could use a break from that. This is some heavy fucking shit. I was expecting, like, good old, like, murder. That's a woof. That's a woof for me, dog. Where is the next chocolate? It is this one. Now here we have a very interesting space on the calendar. As you can see, it's that golden red scarf teddy bear, which we have determined represents China. The actual chocolate comes from its brain. So over here we see what is most likely to be on the mind of the rulers of China. And it's of course China. So what we can expect in the new year is the continued rise of Chinese expansionist domination and authoritarianism. Status quo. They, along with global warming, are an existential threat. Which people don't seem to grasp fully. And they should. Russia grasps it.
Wait, this ain't even my house.
Now, here we come across number 20. And I don't know that anyone has noticed, but number 20 has already been opened. It was opened in the store which I purchased an advent calendar by an employee there who happens to be my friend Ben, who I know for rough fact. I don't know for certain, but I'm fairly certain he is part of the Illuminati. And he opened number 20, which symbologically, it's just sort of a nothing piece of anything. But that being the one that he opened for me, ahead of me purchasing this, indicates something to me, and that is that the next year of the Gregorian calendar is actually going to end in 20. You heard it here first. It's a blue-hatted snowman. Again, I think that just reinforces that it's going to be a Democrat who wins in 2020. And because it is a snowman, I think that means that the candidate is going to be a white man, which reduces the field, realistically, to either Bernie Sanders or Joe Biden. I know that the Illuminati would prefer Joe Biden, but I don't think that that's necessarily what's going to happen. Mostly because I feel that Joe Biden is the only Democratic nominee who would lose to Donald Trump. And he would. And I'm pretty sure he's the only one that would. Anyone else who's still running could probably inspire enough loyalty to actually get elected. Joe Biden should be running as a Republican. He should have run in a primary against Donald Trump. You can do that. You can run in a primary against the incumbent president. And I think the Republicans would have been actually very happy to have him. So I apparently, yes, I skipped over the 18th, and that was a mistake. The 18th comes out of the face of the snowman. That snowman, in general, represents the media. So we can expect to see, this is what we can expect to see media coverage for the coming year. It's a gold bar. The media is going to focus on issues of the economy for the next year, which I find a bit surprising, because I feel like that's a very short road to discussing income inequality and the fact that we need to change the current status quo in order to live for most people.
Hey there, Mr. Muslim. Merry fucking Christmas. Put down that book, the Koran, and here's some holiday wishes.
But I suppose it's inevitable at this point. We're reaching the point where capitalism is going to break down simply because infinite growth is impossible.
There is no holiday season in India, I've heard. They don't hang up their stockings, and that is just absurd. They never read a Christmas story. They don't know what Rudolph is about.
Number 21. Oh, no. So, number 21, space number 21, comes out of the stomach of Santa Claus himself, which represents joy, represents jolly laughter, represents generally happiness. China. That is indicative of China's attempt at monopolizing the entertainment industry, which you will see a massive push of in 2020.
Hi there, Mr. Shintoist. Merry fucking Christmas. God is gonna kick your ass, you infidelic pagan scum. In case you haven't noticed, there's festive things to do. So let's all rejoice for Jesus. Merry fucking Christmas to you.
This is a terrible time
On
of year.
Christmas Day, I travel around the world and say, now it's Christmas bonus and all you atheists too. Merry fucking Christmas.
Now the wine is gone.
Thank you, Mr. Hand.
There's only a few left. Let's just finish through this advent calendar prediction nonsense. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Number 22 is inside of the stomach of that golden bear that represents China. And as we can see, it's a green bar. That's money. That is going to show China's continued economic growth and dominance in the new year. I've dropped the chocolate somewhere on my floor. My life is a shambles. Number 23 is placed in the brain of the machine, more or less. And it's a Santa, implying that the status quo of continued automation of jobs is going to continue in 2020 with little pomp or circumstance. And finally, the capstone, the biggin in the middle, making the art much less relevant. Huh. It's a stocking with two golden ropes, as though this could be an ornament, albeit one that would only be placed on a tree on the eve of Christmas. With a bear on it. The bear, however, has a blue tie instead of a red scarf. I believe what this symbolizes, and I may be wrong, I believe what this symbolizes is the ultimate fear and expectation of those in power of a leftist revolution in the United States of America. The boot is representative of the mobilization of a working class, or just any generic lower class of people, while the blue tie signifies that it is not China, but a similar world power, thus the United States. This gives me hope.
There's some inky footprints next to the fan. And at the window there's the figure of...
Now let's finish her lie I tried to believe. Hopefully without raping or murdering anybody. Jesus Christ. This is a game. It's free on Steam. It exists. I had hoped to never see her again. And for the better part of 2 years, it turned out pretty much that way. I might have glanced at someone with similar features once or twice during that time, but I simply avoided coming close to that particular person in order to escape the chance of an encounter. I had graduated from college and was now working for a company for less than a year. I diligently focused on my work the same way I did during my time at school. Even though I didn't have any ambition, the way I did my work mechanically like a machine was something to be proud about, supposedly. At least that's how my paycheck saw the whole thing. This, again, is too real. My life seemed to have been pretty much set in stone by then. I even finally found a girlfriend who could deal with my boring self and even more boring life. So it's someone to... Whoa. Oh. Ah! 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 So I had someone to fuck a couple times during the week to efficiently evacuate my stress. Ugh! Ah! Efficiently evacuate my stress. I didn't love her. I think she knew it. Did she simply turn a blind eye, or was she too using me for her own interests? Doesn't really matter. I don't think she loved me either. Not that I think I would love myself, even if I was forced to. Ugh. This is lives being destroyed. This is amazing. It was a night like many others. That particular client loved to meet in a peculiar environment, even if it was only to speak business. Not that he was the only one with such special requests. And to be honest, it didn't bother me all that much. It was the third time, maybe, that I would come to this place. Normally we would meet on a Tuesday, but because of some unforeseen inconveniences, he decided that we should meet on the following Thursday instead. It was a place that could be contributed to the category of adult entertainment. Yet it wasn't the traditional strip club like most men would think of when hearing the term adult entertainment. No, it was a place a bit more classy. But don't misunderstand, alright. The theme around the whole establishment was very much sex, indeed. But instead of the term prostitutes, the women would bear the name of hostesses. And instead of dancing nude around a pole indecently, they would simply serve drinks and food to the clients, all while sitting around the table to fake interest in the client's pathetic life. Some people might probably wonder why such a business would be categorized as something similar to a strip club. But what you need to understand here is that every woman serving that particular establishment can be bought for the night. The only thing is, you need to pay the high price, alright. These women are high-quality prostitutes, after all. So I was with the man, speaking of everything except meaningful topics, until the hostess came in. She started asking if we needed anything to drink, but became agitated in the middle of her speech all of a sudden. Probably because she finally understood with whom she was dealing with. Because obviously, it was her. This is a game. My God. She was there, in front of me, those eyes, this smile. I could hardly believe it. She was as beautiful as ever, and with what she was wearing, a tight, sensual black dress, it was hard not to think of anything else but sex when looking at her. Those dark urges that made their apparition 2 years ago, the vulgar and evil passion which had driven my mind completely wild back then, everything I felt on that single night was rekindled instantly. The woman I thought might have been a virgin 2 years ago was working as a prostitute. For how long has she been doing this? Again, she made a fool out of me. I fought those urges the best I could on that night, thinking how wrong it would be to subject those evil intentions onto such a pure and delicate woman, when in reality she was stained from the very beginning. Ugh! Ah! Eh. Eh. She probably even wanted the damn thing, forcing me to pay after the fact, probably. Ooh! Jesus! This... Ugh! How sly of her. How fucking sly of her. This guy needs, like, help. This guy is attributing way too much thinking about him to other people. Looking down on me like that. Fucking bitch. This time. Oh my God. can't we speak for a bit? She said, extremely tense. It was now a full hour after meeting her at the bar. I had chatted with her for a bit, not hiding my complete disinterest in what she was saying, only looking at her body in complete lust. I didn't say anything about her profession. Perhaps she thought I was mindful or something. Well, I betrayed that thought all right. I simply said to her, let's finish the night at the hotel. And that's where we are now. We've literally just taken the first step into the room, and I've already ordered her to take off her clothes. Oh, God. We've just arrived, she pointed out. Maybe we should drink some wine to loosen up the mood, don't you think? I don't believe that. Oh my God. What is this game that I have chosen to stream? Merry Christmas, everybody. I don't believe this. I'm not going to read that. Has been spreading her legs for dirty old men for God knows how long. Yet she's reluctant to the idea of undressing in front of me. How long is she going to insult me like this? I don't give a shit about your opinion on the matter, but... She interjects. I said to fucking undress already. Isn't that fucking clear to you? I start shouting frantically. We're both standing in front of one another with only 4 feet separating us apart. She's visibly agitated by my sudden behavior. This is... I hope this protagonist dies. Like, this is fucked. The title of this game is Her Lie I Tried to Believe. I was led under the assumption that she was going to be the villain in this game by that title and the description of the premise. This dude, the protagonist, the I in this story, is a fucking monster. Thankfully enough, the exit is behind me, so she can't escape easily. What the fuck?! She does as I ask, and she's visibly pained by that fact, while I look at her every movement with those ever so filthy eyes of mine. I am so absorbed by her that I almost forget how to breathe. Because you're a fucking psycho who's been obsessed with this girl since elementary school, because you're a narcissistic fucking psychopath. Oh, this is uncomfortable. Oh, what's this? Is this supposed to be your cute side or something? How disgusting. To my surprise, she's not wearing a G-string. What a scumbag. She's wearing ordinary panties with some ridiculous motifs on it. Some kind of running shoes or something. Yeah, I wear it because, well, you don't like it? I sneer exaggeratedly as an answer to her question. Her eyes fall down in frustration. I start enjoying myself. Humiliating her might very well be what I needed to finally cope with myself. No, you need a lot of therapy. You need so much therapy, dude. Like more than me. But while those pleasant thoughts start to take form inside my mind, I finally realize something. She took off her panties, alright, but what is she... Hey, what the fuck are you doing? She stares at the ground shyly. I just... Stop hiding yourself, like... Okay, I'm gonna have to switch the view, because I don't wanna have my Twitch stream destroyed, because I don't know if there's any... It didn't say nudity in the tags on the Steam, but let's just see. Stop hiding yourself like that. I want to see every little detail of this slutty body of yours. Aren't you supposed to be proud of it, showing it to every loser you meet for just a few empty bucks? She was both hiding her breasts and her crotch with her arms and hands, as though she was undressing in front of a man for the very first time. How long is she going to mock me like this? I don't want it this way. Not while you don't... Hey? Hey? In caps, because that is this game. I walk up to her, enraged. Is she telling that is she... Is she telling she can't... Okay, that seems safe for the screen. Is she telling she can't do it with me? That even though she's literally selling her body and shame away every single day, she can still refuse me of all people? How fucking insulting. And I was even trying to keep a minimum of respect. But now... this guy is crazy. And I'm very scared he's going to kill her. Because in reality, that is what would happen. And I'm very worried. I pushed her hard on the bed. She fell onto it without any means of fighting back. But even as she's lying on top of the bed completely defenseless, she still tries the best she can to hide herself from me. As if I was the most disgusting and vile monster she ever saw. Because you are, dude! Classic tip. Capitalize. Enough! I climbed the bed without showing any restraint. Oh, God. The fact that she still hasn't cried out for help surprises me immensely, as I, without a shred of doubt, must look extremely terrifying right now. In no time at all, I'm on top of her, desperately trying to force her arms up on top of her head in order to pin down her movements. This doesn't feel good. Does not feel good. I finally achieved my end without too much difficulty the moment I remembered that delicacy was not in the dictionary of the monster she thought of me. It's no one's fault except her own. She made me who I am. I cannot be helped. She should be asking for forgiveness. If she hadn't laughed at me for all these years, this situation would never have come into existence. Kill yourself, dude. Kill yourself, dude. Something inside of me was shouting those things to me, encouraging me in going further. At last, with her arms out of the way, I could finally take one good look at her body. No need to explain that. At that very moment, I was already at my limit and ready to explode. My eyes licked her all the way from the bottom to the top. Those long and delicate legs, her slender arms and stomach, those huge and pale breasts, and then... let's just make sure this doesn't link to visuals. My eyes licked her... oh yeah. And then her face. Her face without that smile. Her face, which was bright red, contorted in a sorrowful expression. She was crying. Oh, for that she was. But those were not tears out of fear for her life. She didn't ask me to let go of her, or to at least be gentle with her. She was just silently crying, as if she had given up. She wasn't scared at all of me. She was disappointed. Of me, of her, of this situation, I have no idea. But why was I even trying to understand anyway? I've already established myself to be a narcissistic, psychopathic monster. By that point, I had stopped myself. For what reason? I don't know. Her behavior was hypnotizing me. I didn't know what to think of it. Isn't this what I was wishing for? It was my fantasy, wasn't it? To take away this smile of hers? This happiness? Because again, the protagonist of this game is a psychopathic, narcissistic monster. But now I realize there was never any happiness in that smile to begin with. Our eyes met, those big brown eyes full of distress. I could drown myself inside them right then and there with how tearful they were. They were passionate, and they held a darkness darker than my own. Noticing my slight hesitation, she took it as an opportunity to mutter out something. Something faint. Something almost inedible. I think that's supposed to be indelible? Because inedible is not the word that you would use for a phrase. Something incredible. I loved you. I always loved you. Yeah, that's apparent to anyone who isn't a fucking monster. This is a game that's on Steam. I did not... This is not my fault. This is what Christmas does to people. What the fuck is this babbling about? Yet, though I didn't want to hear her bullshit, she kept on opening her mouth and closing it as though she was saying intelligible things. I wanted to at least say it to you. I want you to know how I feel. I know how much you hate me. It's so easy to see. But I absolutely needed to get this off my chest. Now I'm ready. Just, please stop looking so sad like that. You don't need to get out of your way to make me understand. You don't need to act anymore. She wasn't scared at all. I was nothing to her. Those eyes were telling me this. I start laughing, dryly like a maniac. She's continuously harassing me, even in this situation. She saw through me with ease. I was never a match for her. This guy is... This is upsetting. I am upset. I let go of her dully, get off the bed slowly, and turn away from her, completely defeated. Still I was laughing. Like a broken record, I was laughing. I try to speak, but I guess I'm not totally prepared for it yet. I take another breath, and then try another time. Get out. There's no use anymore. All I ever wanted was for her to feel as hopeless as I do. But now that I've noticed that her hopelessness was greater than even my own, there was no point in doing this anymore. There was nothing left for me to take away from her anymore. There was never anything for me to take away from her in the first place. How fucking pathetic. I don't wanna, she said with decisiveness. I didn't see her. I didn't have the courage to look at her anymore. But I knew what kind of face she was making. Get out, you fucking bitch. To that, she hugged me from behind. It was an awkward hug, something normally only an inexperienced teenage boy would uncomfortably do to his first girlfriend. Yet I felt her strength, her determination. How irritating. Oh. I turn around violently. I take her perfect visage roughly in my left hand, put strength on my hold, push her on the wall beside us, all the while making sure she feels the pain with every motion I make. Don't you understand? If you stay here, I'll break you. My face was extremely close to hers. I could have literally eaten her all up right that instant. That's not true. You can't eat an entire human body instantaneously. I don't care. I don't care who you are. It takes time, at least. Yet she didn't flinch. She didn't look away from my fully dilated pupils. How do you know that? How do you know how dilated your pupils are? She didn't show any sign of pain, even though she was definitely feeling quite some. She was now showing me her true self for the first time in all those years. And at that very moment, that's exactly what I want you to do. I noticed it. That's hot. That's kind of hot. This dude doesn't deserve it, but that was hot. I noticed that out of the both of us, I was the one who was really frightened. The explanation I didn't need, Chapter 4. This is a video game. I don't remember much about that night, or maybe I just don't want to remember. The only thing I can say for sure is there was something I found out about myself on that day. Something that I probably shouldn't have. Ugh. As I was about to leave the hotel, it must have been around 5 a.m. the next morning, Cassandra stopped me casually and said, I want you to come back and see me next week, alright? And my reply to that was, not a chance, idiot. 'Cause I'm Tim, the worst human being on the planet. God. She flashed me a smile nonetheless. I wonder if she knew. I wonder if she knew she already had me. After that, I met with her on the same day once a week. We would drink together at that bar she's working at, and we would always finish the night at the same hotel right after. It must have been around the third week that I finally decided to ask about it. She was speaking to me at great length like always, just after having sex. I was sitting on the corner of the bed, listening to her half-heartedly while sucking on a cigarette. Oh, and he's a smoker too. Just the worst. Yeah, I was a smoker by then. Took the habit out of nowhere, probably to look even more pathetic than I already was. You do. I hate Tim. He is the worst. I'm glad he has a name so that he's not an empty vessel that I'm expected to pour myself into because he's scum. We should go see it together. They say it's the movie of the decade. Shut up. I'm Tim. I'm the worst. I said to her brusquely in reply, yet... I wonder if you'd pay for my entry fee. I bet you would. You're that type of man, after all. Giggle. She was laughing and smiling like always. I first thought she would stop acting this way the moment she finally showed me her true self, but she betrayed my expectation. She is exactly the same whether we're alone or not. The only time when she behaves differently is when we're having sex. She would fixate me, always in the eyes, with a frightening passion. Normally I'm the only one who's cold and violent, but when we're having sex she could very well be seen as disturbed as I am. I wondered then why she was always smiling. Was it fake or was it not? Even I, who know her better than anyone else, have no clue. Ugh. This is not gonna end well. This is gonna end in... I hope blood, but at least tears. How can someone as empty as her smile so thoroughly like this? I badly wanted to know, but why? Why was I even involving myself with the likes of her? It's not like my feelings changed all of a sudden. I still very much hated the thing she is. I didn't understand myself anymore. Still, I needed to know. So without thinking much, I asked her something for the first time since almost forever. I asked her something I wish I hadn't. Why did you end up this way? She was surprised. Obviously, I had disturbed her while she was speaking, but her surprise didn't come from that fact. She looked at me and smiled at me silently for a time, but not with that smile. A smile as though she had won something. A smile as though there was hope somewhere somehow. She was genuinely happy, I think. Or maybe there was something with that smile I didn't understand back then. All I knew was she was waiting for that question. So she told me her tale. Some stereotypical bullshit I didn't want to hear. Oh my god! This guy is the worst! I hate him! He's the worst type of human being imaginable. Her father had a lot of money when she was younger. He was some kind of successful businessman or investor or whatever. I didn't listen all that well, to be honest. But he had enough money to get by, was the term she used, whatever that meant. And in 5th grade, out of nowhere, Cassandra started showing interest in her studies. So much so that she was the top of the class every following year. Seeing her growing up to become such an outstanding woman, her father decided to invest in her by starting paying for her later education. Some kind of prestigious university or something like that. Didn't even know you could pay for such a thing so early in the game. Anyway, now for the plot twist, her father pretty much lost everything by trying to invest in some real estate market bullshit. Wrong time, wrong place. That's what they always say anyway. So sure enough, now that he was poor as shit, he started thinking about the investment he made in his daughter. The problem is, such an investment takes a really long time to pay off. That and the fact it's your fucking daughter, you piece of shit. She deserves at least that much. One thing I agree with! That is the one thing I agree with that this guy has said the entire playthrough. It's your fucking daughter, you piece of shit. But anyway, he kinda started mistreating her by blaming his sorry ass on her failure to graduate soon. And by that time, the fucker got his feet even dirtier by gambling away the little he had to subsist. So in the end, she was forced to quit school and started working. At least the good man who her father owed money to was kind enough to show her a high-paying job she literally couldn't refuse. And that's pretty much it. Now for a test of my fucking conscience. If I hadn't started forcing my ideal of rivalry upon her, would she still have ended up like this? Or better yet, even if she did, couldn't I have done something for her? I mean, in high school, I had kind of noticed something was strange, but did nothing nonetheless. So is it my fault? It's not your fault, but that doesn't excuse your actions. Like, you were a fucking asshole whether it's your fault or not. Maybe. And so what? It didn't affect me in the slightest. Because you're a raging narcissistic psychopath who has no feeling for other human beings other than in how they relate to you and you can use them. You fucking weirdo. Not in the slightest. Ugh. Yet I still wish I hadn't asked her this. One of the last things he was always saying to me before he died was, "You're the golden egg that never hatched. The definition of useless." Jesus! That is abuse. I get up from the bed. I need to go now, I said, though I didn't really need to. Ah, that fast? But I want to be with you. You paid for the whole night, and... She was sulking, puffing her cheeks like a child. If I weren't an asshole, I would probably have found her behavior cute. But my only thought to that was, you're disgusting. See, he says he's an asshole as though that makes it better, but it doesn't. Because he's still an asshole. I took my keys on the coffee table and left, her words still hanging. You'll come back next Thursday, right? Closing the door behind me, I stayed for a time there, motionless. My hands were clenched tightly in the form of a fist. I was frustrated for some reason. If I had stayed a minute longer, those fists probably would have been thrown at her. What the fuck, dude? Fuck! I had a hard time understanding myself. If it hurts me so much staying around her, why was I always coming back to this place? Am I yearning for this? This pitiful excuse for a relationship? I had a vague idea for the reason behind my illogical behavior, but I didn't want to think it true. Because this would mean my whole life was even more of a joke than I first thought it was. That's because it is, dude! The inevitable disruption. I don't... Okay. The 7th week marked a change in the stupid routine of ours. By then, we were already no longer meeting at our workplace. Instead, we would simply meet directly at our hotel room, which means we could see each other at more appropriate time than in the middle of the week. And I would no longer have to pay for her fees as well. And this, I found very shady indeed. Because the reason we only saw each other on Thursdays was because she worked only on that particular day. But that doesn't make any sense, does it? How is she able to subsist for herself if she only works once a week? Sure, she may have another job somewhere, or more likely, she definitely must have. But every time I ask her, she simply denies it, and I won't go out of my way to get the answer out of her. I don't care enough for that to happen, but it's still nagging me somehow. This is upsetting. I entered our room nonchalantly like I always did, and she was waiting for me on the couch in the far back of the room while looking at her phone, like she always did. Oh, you brought us food. You're so diligent. I hope you didn't forget a fork this time around. She throws herself at the bags I was carrying like the bundle of energy that she is. Hey, this is my lunch, you idiot. You say this, yet there are 2 bags. You're not so honest with yourself. Man, she's such a kid. Your fork is in the... Wait a minute. Huh? Where is it? She doesn't look my way. She's too engrossed in searching the content of the bag frantically, with question marks hovering over the top of her head. Or at least, that's what she's trying to make me think. I dropped my keys and jacket on the floor right then and there. I took her right arm forcefully, enough for her expression to contort in pain. With my right hand, I pushed her chin upward to better see the features of her face. What is it? We're not even in bed yet. You're so naughty today. Giggle. She says teasingly. Shut up! I'm Tim! Ah! She stopped speaking instantly by my powerful words. I softly brush around her left eye with my thumb. Her eye closes instinctively by my touch. Even if she applied makeup to hide it, it's still very much visible. I don't remember having done this to you. Who did this? This? It's nothing really. It doesn't hurt, see? She pushes 2 of her fingers against the corner of her left black eye. and though the words say otherwise, she still looks in pain the moment she applies pressure on her skin. Answer me! She simply looks down, almost ashamed of herself. Instinctively, I try to put my hand on her waist to comfort her somehow, but at the moment my hand touches her body, I see her grimace slightly. I take her shirt and lift it up without minding destroying the damn thing. And sure enough, there are dark marks all over her waist and belly. Marks that only a man could have done. Answer me, goddammit! Who did this to you? Well, she thinks carefully about her next words. You know, sometimes clients can get out of hand and... Which one? I'm Tim! I'm gonna kill them! Because that's the only way this is going. I don't know him. It was the first time I saw him, and I don't remember his face. My grip on her only tightens up the more words she adds. Isn't it your employer's job to make sure those things don't happen in the first place? Even if that's the case, doesn't change the fact I have a black eye, right? Please, let's just not talk about this, alright? I want to enjoy myself. I've literally been waiting for today all week. I didn't answer her, nor did I look her way. I was lost in thought. I didn't understand why I was so frustrated. It was uncontrollable. And I know I shouldn't act illogically, but doesn't mean you know something that you'll automatically apply it to your thought process. Fuck! That's like the 8th time that the word has just been fuck. Is this because you don't like this? I can try to apply more makeup if you want. I'm sure you won't notice when we'll be having sex, so... I should let go of her. If I continue on adding pressure on her arm like that, it will definitely swell up. Yes. Come! What? Are we leaving already? And what about the food? You can eat it in the car. Now come. It'll be cold. And where are we going anyway? Far from all of this. Really far from all of this. They're going to Mexico! From Japan. I have no idea how many chapters this game has. Toward the unknown. It was on impulse. It had already been 2 hours since we left the hotel. I was driving in the middle of the night, not knowing still where this road was going to lead us. She had stopped talking and asking me questions for a while now, only looking through the window motionlessly. Yeah, because you're kidnapping her. She still hasn't touched her food yet. She was mad, maybe? It was too dark for me to really see expression from the angle of her face. You are kidnapping her! You... Lord, give me strength to deal with this man and his perspective in this bullshit story. Still, I was curious about her thoughts right now. She, who never showed her true color, what lies underneath her carefree and good-natured demeanor? Maybe something like me? But her silence was too good to be true. Soon her mouth started moving again. You're really doing this, aren't you? Do you even know the impact of this choice you're about to make? I don't care. Then why are you doing this? If you don't care, I'm doing this because I can't stand seeing you like this anymore. That's why. Don't you understand that this life of yours is not worth living? If this continues on like this, they're going to... To what? Kill me? Break me? Why should you care? Shouldn't you be rejoicing? After all, you hate me. Shut up. But it's the truth, isn't it? Shut up. I shouted at her. I didn't want to have this conversation. I didn't even know the answer myself. All I knew is that I needed to get as far away as possible, as soon as possible. Is this because you feel responsible? Is that it? Then I'm going to clear things up once and for all. This has nothing to do with you. It never had. This has always been my father's fault to begin with. This is not your responsibility. You understand? I'll be the one judging on that. They're the mafia, Tim. I owe them a lot of money. If I disappear like this, they're going to pursue me and find me. And if that time you're there with me, they're not going to let you off easily. They're going to... She stops talking. From the corner of my eye, I can see her tears rolling down her cheek uncontrollably. As if the thought of my death alone was enough to make her cry. What of it? I can sense her powerful gaze on me the moment those words leave my mouth. Anger. Something I've never seen throughout her features, no matter how I treated her, has now been triggered by those simple and trivial words. Don't you understand how dangerous this is? They're going to kill you. You have a girlfriend, don't you? And a job you worked hard to obtain? If you persist in trying to save me like this, you're going to throw away everything you've been trying to build your whole life. You can't sacrifice all of this for something as stupid as... My foot slammed the brake pedal with all its might. The scream of tires stretched out for a long 5 seconds until the car finally stopped completely. Then I leaned on her, unlocked her door, and opened it in one single motion. If you don't like this, then get out. We're still close to a bus station. You could probably manage to return to the city before morning. I have made my decision, and I don't plan for you to understand it. Responsibility towards who? Toward whom? You? Don't make me laugh. I'm doing this for myself, alright? No, you're not, Tim. You are a crazy, broken basket case. She muttered one single word. Liar. How stupid can you be? I ain't fucking lying, you dumb bitch. A girlfriend, a job, a life? I have no interest in those fucking things. Because I'm a raging narcissist who's obsessed with you from elementary school. Because I'm psychotic. I've always felt completely empty. All this fucking painful life of mine has always been one big recurring joke. No, I've been waiting for this kind of opportunity all my life. Just so happens that it's tonight. Now, or you follow me and become my partner in crime, or you get the fuck out and return to that hell you proudly call your life. She looks at me in the eyes. Same way she always does when we're having sex. She has no smile, she has no expression, she has no happiness. The purity with which she's always been looking at the world around her is nowhere to be found, as if it was always but a fleeting illusion. This is the real her. She doesn't shift her cold gaze from me while closing her door slowly. I've waited for this my whole life, and there's no way I'm going to let it get away from me like this. Let's go. Those are her words, powerful without any hesitation. I don't say anything back. I'm not able to. Her determination seems dangerous somehow. So I just unconsciously started driving again, as though this whole conversation never took place. I break eye contact with her to focus on the road. Is this maybe what they call eloping? It's exciting. The moment my eyes fall back on her, she has the most beautiful smile I've ever seen in this world. People are gonna die. Eloping isn't the word. After driving for half a day, we finally stopped in a cheap motel to rest and regain some of our energy. At the same time, I took this opportunity to collect my thoughts. While this situation might have started as a brainless and impulsive act, keeping up with this attitude will only bring us down in the long run. In the end, we might need a good plan if we want a good shot at this. At first thought we had a good amount of time ahead of us, but this assumption was a big mistake of mine. Asking for a bit more details, I found out that Cassandra was living with another hostess from that bar. So even though she's working only once a week, the other girl will soon find out about her disappearance. I could have asked her to try to contact that girl and maybe convince her not to say a word to their boss, but this would have been too big a risk for only postponing the inevitable as a result. Ultimately, I think trusting someone will only trigger the start of our downfall. I look at her. She's carelessly sleeping beside me while I'm the one stressing out about all these things. She doesn't seem to care all that much since she showed me that determination of hers. Seriously, what am I doing? Getting out of my way for what? This? Sleeping in this cheap-ass bed, eating this disgusting convenience store food? This is all her. No, what am I thinking? No matter what I look at this, I choose to do this of my own volition, right? I shouldn't hold it against her. Still, I know, there's a darkness in my heart I've yet to get rid of. That darkness which is whispering to me to destroy her. What? Who is this guy? Why? No! Like, no! Not at this point, no! Don't do this! Oh my god. So did you choose where we're going, my love? She says shamelessly the moment we enter the car. Stop that. It's disturbing. But we're eloping. I can at least call you that much, right? No, we're not. Eloping would mean that we're about to wed, and we're clearly not. But I want to wed. I love you, and we're going to live together from now on, so... She puts her head on my shoulder while smiling brightly. Oh, she's gonna die. Oh, I don't want her to die at this point. Please let the protagonist die. Please let her, like, kill him. So what? There's no logic behind your words. And get off of me. I shake her off without any consideration for her feelings or even her well-being. Boo, you're no fun. She sticks her tongue out like a little kid before turning attention toward the window, sulking. Man, she's a handful. I've decided our destination. I thought about it for a long time, and what do you think of Las Vegas? Oh, so I guess they're not in Japan. I just assume they're in Japan. Shisu looks back at me, sparkles in her eyes. So does that mean we're really going to get married after all? I've always wanted to go to Las Vegas. Back off. I've decided this out of convenience for us, not for your little fantasy. Well, I knew how much she wanted to go there. She's talked about it more than once, so I might have taken that into account. But I'm not actually going to say that, am I? I'm too busy being a raging narcissistic asshole. But I don't understand. Shouldn't we try to go to some unknown villages instead of going to such a big city? To try and lay low or something? Aren't we asking to be found if we go there? Not exactly. The best place to hide a tree is inside a forest, right? Logically, when you think about someone trying to escape from a group like the Mafia, you think that this person is going to hide in some distant place far away from urban civilization. That's exactly how his pursuers are going to think too. So naturally, they're going to first search those uncivilized areas. You understand where I'm going with this? Yeah, but while it does look all good on paper, doesn't mean it will go that smoothly. That place is known to be run by criminals, right? So it shouldn't be too far-fetched to think they have ties to our pursuers. If we're going to a small place, village or whatever, we're going to attract a lot of unwanted attention. They all know each other in those places, you know? And look at us. Not what we could call countryside people, are we? If you say so. She doesn't seem to buy it. Is she scared? She shouldn't be. One more thing. I need her to understand this perfectly, else none of this is worth it. Even if they find us, it doesn't change anything, does it? In the end, both our lives have never been worth living. Oof. I won't live my days in such a boring place as a village, or crawling in fear inside a hole somewhere. My life has been nothing but boredom already, so... She looked at me clueless. Let's try and have some fun, shall we? She regains that smile of hers so naturally. A beautiful, pure, and bright smile. That smile that I would have done anything to destroy before. I was now the source of its existence. You always were, you fucking moron. You fucking moron! I should feel flattered by this. I should, yet. How disgusting. I hate him! I want to kill the protagonist of this visual novel so badly. I want to strangle him till he dies. It took us another day and a half to arrive at our destination. So 3 days all in all. Since it was on a Friday night that we've eloped, like Cassandra loves so much to say, we were now obviously Monday, late in the evening. The moment we've entered the core of the city, she became ecstatic. At every street corner, she would be like, ooh, or look, 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 it's so beautiful. Or again, I want to go there. Let's go there, alright? And every time I would just keep my eyes on the road, half listening to her, and when I feel like she's pestering too much, I would simply say something like, we need to find a place to crash first. Be patient, alright? She was so excited about trivial things that I started wondering what kind of life she had led up to until then. She was a prostitute, right? Then why do I feel so much like I'm with a kid somehow? Was it really a good thing to bring her with me? To bring her to such a place? One thing we didn't have to worry about, though, was our budget. I had lots of economy from my old part-time job as well as my current one. Well, current might not be the case anymore, but whatever. Since I lived my life up until then pretty much modestly, or more like pathetically, I had more than enough for the both of us for quite a respectable amount of time. Obviously, the first place we decided to hit was the mandatory casino. I mean, that's pretty much all there is to see here, so we've drunk a lot, and when I mean a lot, I mean we didn't as much as think of ever stopping throughout the night. She looked at everything with eyes full of curiosity. The old people on their slot machines would be very intriguing to her. She could gaze at them for 30 minutes without end. But when I asked her if she wanted me to try, she looked at me with a smile and said, "They look so pathetic it's almost pitiful. But when you think about it, aren't we the same? We pass our lives routinely doing the same emotionless movements, forgetting even about the meaning behind it. I wonder, if there is a God, wouldn't he look at us with the same pity?" Man, wow, that is... I am 14 and that is deep. I walked closer to her, put my hand on her head, and looked at her silently. I wanted to somehow comfort her, but no word came to mind. That's when she continued. "As long as we're together, let's not do this, alright? I want this to be special. Us. You don't need to force yourself. You don't need to love me. But at least make sure we never forget, alright? Never forget the reason we're here right now." Alright, never. I promise. I took her by the hand and led her through this maze of bright and colorful machines. But was it a good thing to ascertain her wish? I mean, not forgetting the reason we're here would mean we would always be feared to be found. Always running. Or maybe that's what she wanted. She would also look at me with great interest when playing blackjack. She didn't know the rules, but the moment I explained it to her, she would try and help me sometimes. And she was smart. Oh, for that she was. I almost forgot how she was the top of our school once. To think that she's become so innocent. Or maybe she always has been. But the way I imagined her at the time, I thought she was a strong-willed woman that could do anything if she put her mind to it. But I couldn't have been more wrong. She was fragile, delicate, and pure. Any man would have been better for her. Any man. Yet she was unlucky of me to choose. She was unlucky enough to choose me out of all of them. The moment we started to become really wasted was the moment everything started to slowly crumble. I had to go to the washroom because of the alcohol, obviously. And the instant I got out of it, I saw her speaking with another man. Well, okay, she wasn't speaking with him more than he was trying to hit on her, but whatever. Her eyes were different than when she's with me. She had a stern expression, cold as ice. It was obvious she was trying to get rid of him, but he seemed persistent. I came up to them and asked her if she knew him. I don't. He was actually about to leave, right? "Oh, so he's your boyfriend? Sorry, man, it's such a beautiful woman you have there. Couldn't pass by her without at least trying." He looked at me without expression, as if what he did was the most natural thing in this world. "What did he ask of you?" I asked her plainly. "Nothing." "Answer me! I'm Tim, the raging narcissist who speaks in all caps." I shouted, not minding the people around us. Obviously, most of them did turn around by my sudden outburst. She didn't want to answer, but knowing me, she finally looked down and said, "He asked me how much it was for the night." "You just treated her as a prostitute?" I'm sorry." He repeated back again. "But as I said, she's a very attractive girl, so... leave." I said emotionlessly, and without waiting, I repeated the order again. I said, "Leave." He replied to me, Okay, no need to be so cold, geez. You're meant to be together, you two." I wasn't talking to you. "Cass, leave. Wait for me outside while I deal with this bitch." "What did you just say?" The man became visibly agitated the moment he understood my words. This is so dumb. No, Tim, come with me. I don't want to be alone. I don't care how you treated me. Just come, alright? Let's stay together. I took a stance, no longer minding her presence next to me. She started hugging me from behind, probably by fear of me jumping on the guy. "What are you doing? Stop it, you idiot." But before I could finish my sentence, I was hit in the face by the man in front of me. He probably took her action as an opportunity to hit me by surprise. I almost lost my balance, but was somehow able to keep my ground. If I stumbled right now, I would fall on her. The second hit came, and I had no other choice but to take it yet again. I fell on a knee. At that moment, she finally understood what was happening, as she decided to protect me from up front instead. "Leave him alone. Don't you see he's not in any position to fight?" The guy did stop by her words, but he did say something along the lines of, "Next time, know with whom you're dealing with, punk." Whom? Whom, Mustafa? Before leaving as though he just conquered the world. I stayed close to the ground for some time while she kept on hugging me. I sensed rage welling up inside of me, and the only thing I thought to say was, "I'm sorry, baby. I'm so sorry." Her useless apologies only fueled my anger. I got her from the ground without looking at her and started walking towards the nearest bar. I wanted to be alone. I knew what would happen if she kept on following me, but sure enough, there was nowhere for her to go. Because I kidnapped her, effectively.
Look out the window. Where? What are you doing?
I drank a couple of shots on my own. She was sitting next to me, but I ignored her. She didn't ask for a drink herself, nor did she start a conversation. But she kept on looking at me. I was the center of her whole world. That's how I felt at that very moment. After that, I went outside dejectedly. I was so drunk, I don't even know how I was able to walk so straight. That is, if I was really walking straight to begin with. It was nighttime. Maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. She was shivering somehow. She repeated that she was cold multiple times over. I didn't really understand how it was possible since it was relatively hot at that moment. I lit a cigarette and simply looked at one point in space without thinking much of anything. Because I'm a cool guy! Until... Hold me. Please, I'm cold. She wanted me to hold her, ridiculously enough. Get lost. She was annoying. But I want to be close to you, please. I hate this guy so much! She didn't change gear even though I was so frigid toward her. She never did, but tonight was even more than that. She already showed her dependence on me. No. She approached me nonetheless. The moment her hands touched me, I pushed her hard to the ground. Jesus Christ. She fell on her butt, her face slightly contorting in pain. Others were looking at me. It seems like I was the bad guy tonight. You're the bad guy this entire fucking story! You're the bad guy! You are Billie Eilish! You fucking piece of shit. I couldn't care less. I didn't feel anything. Yeah, we get it. You don't feel. You're a fucking sociopath. I looked at her emotionlessly. She staggered back to her feet, and when she did, she kept her smile on her face, only looking at me. She walked again towards me and said, again. She wanted to be pushed again. What the fuck was her problem? Well, not that I really minded. When she touched me again, I pushed her in the same fashion I did before. She again stumbled on the ground, got back onto her feet, and walked up to me. I started laughing. How the fuck was she so stupid? Doesn't she understand how mad I am right now? Do I even understand it myself? I pushed her on the ground. She was laughing. Like me, I guess. But this time she had a harder time getting back up. People were eyeing us as though we were not part of their world. Another species entirely. You're such an airhead sometimes. This is fucked. This is fucked up. This is... Ugh. My anger had totally dissipated thanks to her stupid act. I helped her back onto her feet and we entered the casino anew. No, I don't have another stream going on in the background. My anger had totally dissipated thanks to her super... What? Is there no video? Oh, yeah. There's Christmas music. Because it's a Christmas stream. Of course there's Christmas music. There's always Christmas music here. My anger had totally dissipated thanks to her stupid act. I helped her back onto her feet and we entered the casino anew. She was happy. She had locked arms with me and she was holding me so tight that I had no other choice than to leave her to her own devices. We walked past a multitude of tables, all of which had different ways of carelessly losing your money. She took notice of one in particular. I want to try this one. Give me 20. All right. I gave it to her happily, somewhat intrigued by her sudden desire to play a game. Since we've got here, she was always simply looking my way, happy to see me gamble with no interest in participating herself. She puts the chip the croupier gives her on the number 0. Wait, you know how it works, right? Yeah, what of it? You know you only have one chance out of 37 while playing like this. Sure. Throughout it started turning and turning, and soon enough the little bell slowed down to stop inside one slot in particular. I bet it was 0. And sure enough, that slot wasn't the number Wait, what? Yay, I won, babe. How is this fucking possible? It's possible because a 1 in 37 chance isn't a 0% chance, you raging narcissistic fuck. Yeah, I know, less than 3% is still more than 0, still. She'd won a little bit more than $700. She wanted to give it to me, but I didn't accept it. Even if she didn't necessarily work for it, I feel as though she used a lot of her unused luck to win it. She bought us 2 bottles of wine, and we finished the night at our hotel. She was on top of me. She looked at me with those passionate eyes of hers. She had a letter opener in her hand. Oh, please stab him. Please just stab him a lot. She had a letter opener in her hands. It was lying around on the bedside table, I think. The moment she noticed it, she took it hastily, as though she just had a great idea. She then said, I want to write my name on your body with this. Can I? Oof. I said, sure. Carelessly, without ever breaking eye contact with her, I looked at her every moment with great interest. She applied pressure on my stomach with the edge of the thing, but it didn't do much good. Her name was there all right, but it would probably disappear in less than 5 minutes. She was too soft. Still, she was satisfied with the result. God damn it, I want this guy to die! So violently. I wasn't. She looked at my stomach contemplatively. I took that opportunity to grab the hand with which he held the letter opener and pushed it hard on my belly. What are you... This is how you do it. If you want to appropriate me, do it properly. Appropriate you? I didn't reply to her. My eyes were enough to convey my thoughts. I don't want to hurt you. If you don't want to, then get off of me. She cried. Right then she cried. But this is fucked. But while doing so, she started carving her name on my body thoroughly. But those weren't tears of sorrow. She was genuinely happy. The second day... Wait! What?! That was all one day. That was apparently was all one day for like multiple chapters. The next day I woke up with one of those fucking headaches. The ones where you can't even stand straight. This game is her lie I tried to believe. I just don't. Not even I don't even. I just don't. The first thing I noticed was the blood on the bed sheets. At first, I thought she might have been on her period, but I soon remembered the reason as I tried to get up on my feet. My stomach was stinging as hell. When I looked at what she's done, I was extremely disturbed. She didn't go easy on me, alright. Not that I would have wanted it any other way. I ought to think of buying rubbing alcohol, or else it will start infecting like shit. The next thing I noticed was my face in the mirror. That guy didn't go easy on me either. My right eye was swollen, and I had a nasty bruise on my cheek as well. She too looked rather pathetic herself. Her ass and lower back were quite irritated, probably because of me keeping on pushing her to the ground the night prior. I must have been a bit too rough during sex last night, since she had faint blue marks on her forearms. And we're not even talking about the headache she must have had too. So what did we do first thing in the morning? We started drinking. What else? We already looked fucking disastrous, so we needed to at least play the part as well. And after a couple of beers, I can proudly say that the headache had subdued considerably. So when it is all said and done, it wasn't such a bad idea in the end. She wanted to go to the Ferris wheel. Yep, there's a Ferris wheel in Las Vegas. The biggest in the world, even. It's called the High Roller Ferris wheel, if I remembered correctly. It's a huge thing that takes almost 30 minutes simply to make one complete rotation. And even though I tried to explain to her it would be the best to ride that kind of attraction during the night, she wouldn't listen to any of it. as if the damn thing would run off on its own or something. In the end, I had no other choice but to comply with her nagging demand. Sometimes she can be very persuasive, I should say. Not that I actually want to explain why. So her first statement upon seeing the thing from up close was, "Whoa, it's so huge. It might be a bit too scary now that we're actually here." "You're not gonna pussy out on me here, are you? You were the one who dragged me all the way here. So now there's no way I'm going back without seeing what on top of it. You hear?" "It's probably just some clouds and stuff. Let's just go, alright?" "Oh, no. You won't run away that easily." I put my arm around her hips and bring her really close to me. She's become pretty much my prisoner the moment I got a hold of her. The way this guy thinks is so upsetting. What are you doing? Let go. I don't want to go." "Oh, you're sure you want me to let go?" She blushes the moment she hears my words and finally says faintly as though she surrendered, "No, keep on holding me like this." I basically am Kratos who forgot to take his Xanax. Other than I don't have a son. In the end, she did ride it, but she sat on me the whole time. Since it's the biggest Ferris wheel in the world, the passenger cars are quite spacious indeed. The advantage being that we can stand inside and walk from one end to the next. But the downside is that we're forced to ride it with strangers, and that, in and of itself, is a deal breaker for me. The idea of even ridding it was scaring the shit out of her earlier, but now she's completely engrossed in the view, pointing toward things we've seen on our way over here or making comments on things she thought was bigger and whatnots. I wondered if she was even scared to begin with, because as a raging narcissist I can't pick up on cues from other people. Maybe it was all just an act to be able to sit on me the whole ride. What a sly woman. Still, she earned it the moment I bought it. Suddenly, she broke her easygoingness and took a tone she doesn't usually take. "Tim, answer me seriously, alright?" "I'm always serious. I have no emotions. That is the one thing that has been established over the course of this novel. The only emotion I feel is hate towards you since childhood." What was up with her? I didn't like the way she was bringing things along. She removed her glasses and looked me in the eyes. "Do you regret coming all the way here with me?" "What are you saying, idiot? I was the one who brought you here with me. There's no way I would regret any of it." "Yeah, but that's because it still hasn't been a week since we ran away. In no time, I'm sure you'll change your mind, and when that time comes, you'll hold it against me." "Since when do you care what I think of you?" She averts her eyes from mine and gazes at the ground instead. She doesn't ignore my senseless words like she normally does. I might have really hurt her this time around. I guess I always had poor tact. Oh Lord! Oh Lord, give me the strength to finish this visual novel with a protagonist this unself-aware. Oh God. As long as I have your name on my stomach, I won't forget the reason we've done this. And if I forget nonetheless, you'll be the one reminding me. Alright? That's a fucking statement. As long as I have your name carved into my stomach. If only I could. She takes my face in her hands. She traces every turn and corner of it before kissing me dearly. You're so gentle. You're the most gentle man I've ever known. And I've noticed this kindness since the first moment I laid my eyes on you. When you were kids, he threw you from the top of the King of the Hill to the ground. And the rest of the kids, children who are just inherently monstrous, noticed that it was not okay. You are so thoroughly victimized and abused. If this is the most gentle man you have ever known. Jesus Christ. What is she saying? She must be blind or else I'm the only man she's ever looked at. No, I'm a vile and disgusting man. Anyone will sooner or later hate me, even her. Yeah, another thing I agree with Tim on. He is a vile and disgusting man. I should be the one saying this to her. That she's gentle. That she's perfect. Yet I say none of those things. I know the moment I open my mouth, I'll destroy this moment that seems so... perfect? Honestly, at this point, like, the climax of this game being a murder-suicide is the most likely bet. Like, this is... one of them's going to die. Something more cozy. I hope that, like, I don't know how many chapters there are to this game. I thought maybe there'd be 10, like, once I got to chapter 6. I was like, okay, maybe there's 10. But, like, I hope there's not, like, 20. Because this is a lot. After the ride, she told me she wanted to change hotel room. I didn't understand why, because as a moron, I don't realize that we're running from the Mafia. Our current one was already more than enough for the little we actually used it for, but again she pestered me, saying things like, I want something more cozy, and it's with money I've won, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? I didn't really care either way. The only thing that was a bit of a letdown was the fact we'd already paid for our old hotel room for another 2 nights, so it was kind of a waste. And since we didn't have an infinite amount of money, we would sooner or later be confronted with the fact that we're not beyond the law of society. While driving around for a while, she finally said, There, let's go there. I parked in front of the thing reluctantly and stated the obvious. What the fuck do you mean there? It's a fucking motel. Our old place is way better than this shithole. But I would feel much more comfortable in this one. Are you for real? The type of cheap-ass motel you often see on TV where you park right in front of your room. A nest of prostitutes. That's what this place is. A nest of prostitutes! There probably isn't even one security camera installed here, else there would be a lot fewer clients using the damn place. It's not the type of place you would normally call cozy, but then again, I'm supposed to be with a prostitute right now, aren't I? I'll go take care of the room. Wait right here. She says so while getting out of the car. No, I'll come with you. No, that's alright. I want to do this on my own. Do this on her own? What is she babbling about? Is she trying to be more independent or something? Doesn't she realize that she's already 21? What does that mean? I decided to close my mouth and wait. Nothing good would come from arguing with her. She returned after 5 minutes and we entered our new room. Why was new in quotation marks? It's obviously your new room. It was pretty plain, like I imagined it would be. I put down the little we brought with us on the floor and she instantly says, Let's go to a bar or something, it's on me. But we've literally just arrived. I want a drink, and I know you want to. And I know you want to? Why do they stretch the wrong words and sayings? Let's have some fun like yesterday. Sure. Let's have fun every day from now on. Yeah, one of them's gonna die. And since this guy is apparently narrating from a future perspective, I'm worried it's her and he's gonna live, which will just be the worst. I wanted to say those words. I wonder why I forced myself not to tell them. I wonder why I always force myself to do things a certain way. The best that... Yeah, she's gonna die. She's dead. She's as good as dead. We drank, and later that night, we danced. We went to a club this time around. I was not a good dancer at all. Very awkward indeed. She didn't care. She smiled nonetheless. She would always smile no matter what. And it was a beautiful night. A beautiful night. Something I would rarely even notice before then. This week was the best days of my entire life. She pointed out while moving close to me. We were on the dance floor, but didn't move with the crowd. We were standing there, looking at each other. moving slowly while eating each other's eyes. Ow. Ow. While eating each other's eyes. Her eyes were things out of this world. This does look like the place where you would say these kinds of things. I looked around. There were a lot of beautiful colors flashing. The music was moving without our... The music was moving... Oh, the music was moving us without our consent. That's no good. Bad music. The music was moving us without our consent, and the ambience gave us the impression that we're on top of the world. It was a beautiful night indeed. I'm not talking about this place, she said without blinking, as I ate her eyes. Nor am I talking about this city. I'm talking about you. Only you. Do you believe me? Yeah, I do. How could I not with those eyes of hers? Tasty as they were. Good. She kissed me deeply for a long, long time. She then muttered out something I had a hard time understanding because of the music. But you shouldn't. Ah! What is... God, no! What did you say? Ah! Ah! I don't know! She touched my lower abdomen. Nothing. She hugged me for the most part of the night. Oh, she's just gonna fucking, like, disappear. That's gonna be what it is. She's just gonna disappear and then turn up dead. That's what... I was happy there was no accident tonight. No shouting, no pushing. I was glad. How stupid I was. Not understanding that the night has yet to be over. We were so drunk that we had no other choice but to finish the night at our old hotel room. It was conveniently a lot closer to the club we were at than the atrocious motel room she rented earlier today. It was when she was taking a shower. I noticed something on the ground, a business card or something. I unconsciously took it roughly into my hands and studied it. It was a man, and on the back was written, "Call me." Already I was pissed. I didn't know why. Because I'm a moron. She got out of the shower and dressed up. I then instantly confronted her. Because I'm a moron. What the fuck is this? She glanced at the piece of paper with no reaction. I don't know, what is it? Don't fuck with me! I'm Tim, the raging narcissist. It's written "Call me" at the back. Who is he? Does he eat your eyes as well? I have no idea. Henry. I read the name on the card. I noticed a slight reaction on her part. So you know him. Well, she starts off. There was a man who tried to talk to me while you were buying us a drink. He told me his name was Henry, but I didn't want to talk to him, even less take his card. Always conveniently while I'm away. Then what is this then? I throw the card at her. I don't know. He must have put it inside my coat pocket or something. You know I wouldn't do that, babe. I start walking towards the exit. Tim, where are you going? Tim? None of your business. I'm the worst. Tim is the worst. He's the actual fucking worst. I hope he dies. I will be disappointed genuinely if Christmas ends and he is alive. No, wait, Tim, you're not thinking of finding that guy, are you? And what if I am? Silence with 2 exclamation points! How do you... Oh, that would be like an anime noise. That would be like... or like... This is a video game. She instantly tries to get in between me and the door. Seeing that she can't pass in front of me, she quickly decides to hug me tightly from behind instead. Get away from me! No, don't leave me like this. This was supposed to be a night for both of us. Don't you understand they're all making fun of you? I can't let... I don't care. Let's drink. Let's have sex. Let's have some fun together. That's the only thing that matters to me. Don't you understand that tonight is very important to me? No, he doesn't! Because he is a psychopathic monster! He has been this entire time. Why would he understand that? His first thought is she trying to control me? He has no concept of your agency as a human being. She is, isn't she? Trying to make me feel as though I'm so important to her. Then all of a sudden, a thought crossed my mind. There's no logic behind it. The booze must have been added. Yet I was so compelled to think it true. Is that why? I asked her as though she knew what I was referring to. Why what? Is that why you rented that other room at the motel? To meet with some other men? Is that why you pushed me to drink past my limit all night, eh? What? No, there's no way I would do such a thing. You keep telling me this, but is that even true? You're a prostitute after all, aren't you? Which makes you, you know, less than human, because that's... Fucking Tim! I don't even know you. I don't know her. I thought I did. You... Oh my god, this guy is the worst. I thought I did, but there's no way such a girl would love a loser such as myself. Get over yourself, bubby. Get the fuck over yourself, you... Like... Oh my god, for all your flaws... Oh my god, he's the worst. Just the fucking worst. The moment those words leave my mouth, I see it in her eyes. I see that I've hurt her more than I ever did. Still, her hold on me never weakened, even then. It irritates me to such an extent. How dare she care about me, Tim the worst? I said, get off of me. She refuses still, so I shake her off aggressively. The result, she hits her head hard on the right wall next to us and falls to the ground pitiably. I froze stiff. I didn't mean to hurt her. I instantly look back to make sure she's okay. Are you alright? I need to help her. Those are my thoughts until... I'm fine, thanks. She flashes me a bright smile even though she looks quite in pain. Tim is the goddamn worst. Classic Tim. I have no right to help her. I try again to direct myself to the door, but she gets a hold of my leg in return. Please, don't go. Like, oh my god, this is upsetting. I'm upset. I try to walk nonetheless, but she puts her everything to it. The thought of shaking her off almost becomes a reality, but then I remembered what I just did. So instead, I dropped down to the floor and sat right next to her, defeated. She lies her head down to me as if nothing had ever happened. Yet, I still felt anger. What a kid I am. Later on, I drank the bottle of champagne all by myself and passed out in front of the door, thinking of blocking her way if she ever had the thought of trying to leave. Holy fuck, this raging asshole! God! Oh my god, I hope he dies. Ugh. Something to realize sooner. Chapter 12. The next day I felt disgusted with myself. Good! Not because I was hungover or anything of the sort. No, the moment my eyes opened I knew. I knew I did something wrong. I didn't remember all that much. Probably the effect of the alcohol, but I knew nonetheless. Why was I always acting so childishly? Even if she did want to see other men, who was I to try to stop her? I knew all along, right? That she's a oh my fucking god! That she's a prostitute, she's been sleeping with men before me, and will after me, yet I am always so... Jealousy is a byproduct of love, or so they say. Oh my god. I hate this man. I should apologize. If I apologize and explain myself, then maybe I can salvage a bit of this relationship we have together. It was only when I laid my eye upon her that I understood. Understood that I went too far. Oh, no! 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 She was doing something for breakfast. She wasn't the type to cook, so what she was doing was pretty straightforward. But when she turned around to ask me if I wanted eggs with my toast, that's when I noticed. What? Was I the one who did this to you? She unconsciously touched her forehead by my words and looked down on her feet right after. No, baby, that wasn't you. I remember having pushed her yesterday, but was it really that strongly? On her forehead there was a nasty black mark. On the side of her lips there was a bruise too. And I also noticed that she had difficulty walking, even though she was trying so hard to hide it. Then I remembered those voices inside me, pushing me, almost pleading with me to destroy her. I went too far. Now I realize it. All of this. We can't go on like this anymore. If we continue, even for a night longer, I can't be held responsible for my actions, because I'm Tim, the raging fucking worst. He's the goddamn worst. I might really kill her. Yeah, that's what's gonna fucking happen. Even though I brought her here to protect her from them, I now realize that I was the one she should have been protected from. I need to end this. Maybe if I act quickly enough, maybe it isn't too late. Where's your phone? My phone? Why would you need my phone? I need your phone, now. I don't have it with me. It must be with those things you brought to the motel. Then I need to go find it. Wait, we can do that later, right? No, right now. I might not have the courage later. I reach for my keys, but she embraces me tightly before I do. This actually surprises me enough to lose my balance and fall on the bed. She falls on top of me. She proceeds to kiss every inch of my face without end, every time saying, I love you, I love you, I love you. I need to go. Yet she didn't budge. I love you, I love you, Oh, this is sad. I decided that the situation would lead us nowhere. I can't show affection, not now of all times. I mean, at this point, yeah, probably, because you've been a monster the entire time. Not wanting to hurt her any further than I already did, I get up to my feet while lifting her and keeping her close to my arm. It's like a piggyback, but in reverse. She has her face on my chest. I can feel my shirt getting wet from her tears. I have her ass in my hands to support her, and I'm actually kind of happy with the situation, since I very much like her ass. Oh my god. To the writer of this game. Dear writer of this game, we get it. You're a dude. I walked her all the way to the car in this position, not minding the breakfast she did for the both of us. She didn't want to let go of me, but everything has an end, doesn't it? The ride to the motel was a silent one. She was looking at the sky, completely devoid of expression. What is happening to her? Is there something she doesn't want me to see at the motel? Not that I mind, really. She has every right. I can no longer try to control her. I can no longer. We got out of the car, and surprisingly she led the way. She unlocked the door and opened it for me. As soon as we entered, I directed myself to our bags. I took both our phones and walked back to her. Sorry, I need to do something alone. Wait for me here, will you? She didn't answer. She looked at me with those eyes. Those eyes that I had almost forgotten about. Her darkness met mine. I tried to ignore her and pass by her, but she didn't let me. Move. Say, do you love me? She finally asked it. She never did before, but now she did. I don't have time for this. Answer me. Do you love me? I said move! I lifted my hand at her mechanically, and she didn't cower. She didn't blink. She didn't fear me at all. It didn't work. Well, sure it didn't. It didn't because I would never hit her. Do you love me? I don't have a choice, do I? Yes, I do. A dark smile. Enough to throw your life away from me. Yes. I say so with complete certainty. I see. Her smile disappears. I try to move again, but she blurts out something unexpected the moment I do so. Let's go back to the other hotel room. Let me have one last night. Then you can do whatever you want. Sorry, but I can't. What I'm about to do is because I love you, Cassandra. She bites her lips hard before returning her eyes on me. She tried. For that, she tried. Smile but couldn't. Which created this expression in between happiness and complete despair. You said it. You finally said it. My full name. Ah! Didn't I ever call her by her full name before? I try to say something. Anything. But she shakes her head from left to right. She opens the door behind her to let me out. I walk past her coldly. If only she knew how much I love her. How much I would kill for it. And that's exactly why I must do this. Before leaving her sight, she says something to me. Tim, you should go buy me some tampons while you're at it. What? I look back at her. She's regained her smile as though all of this was just an act. Please, I kinda need it, you know? Can't be helped, I guess. I pass my hand inside of my hair before waving goodbye at her. She doesn't follow suit. She simply looks at me until I turn the corner. What is she? A puzzling call. This is not going to be the end. How long is this game going to go on until one of them fucking dies? At first, I thought of taking the car. Soon decided otherwise. Walking would help me cool off a bit, or at least that's what they always say. I bought her what she asked of me, although I'm not too sure which ones I should have chosen. And I looked for a payphone. I didn't want to call directly from her phone or even mine. If things ended up badly, at least we'll still have some options left. Giving us away too easily would be a bad decision on my part. But man, it's harder than I thought to find a payphone in this day and age. I still found one in the end, but it took 10 minutes longer than I first anticipated. There's already been horrific depictions of domestic abuse. They're just, the only reason they're not domestic abuse is because they aren't in their own home. I searched her phone. If I remember correctly, her name should be Fanny. Ah, there it is. Fanny, her roommate. She should know the number of her boss, or maybe if we're even luckier, she wouldn't have told him yet. I know there's no possible ways that we can return home soon enough for our next shift tomorrow, but if I can explain things, then maybe... I just need to say to her boss that I'll shoulder her debts. In the end, even though we tried to escape, the only thing this man really wants is money. I just need to know how much. Hello? After 3 rings, she answered. Hi, is this Fanny, Cassandra's roommate? Yes, it's me who's speaking. Oh, I'm John, one of her clients. Her client? Didn't know she was selling things. No, well, you know. Would you mind giving me the number of her boss? There's something really important I need to talk to him about. Her boss? Who's that? Sorry, but she's not here right now. She told me she was going on a trip to Vegas, and alone on top of it. She could at least invite me. Anyway, you'd have a better chance calling on her phone. Bye! Wait a minute, she told you she was going on a trip alone? When? When? I don't know. She sent me a mail Friday night saying she was going somewhere, and another one the day after, or something like that. I'm not sure. Friday night. It was the night I took her with me impulsively. I think she had a chance to send a mail. Not that it's impossible. Anyway, if you don't have anything else to ask, I have other things to do, so... Wait, I need to know one last thing. Because the way she talked about it almost seems as if... Oh, things are getting juicy. Her lie, I tried to believe. Oh, this is the climax at the very least, if it's not the last chapter. I don't know why nor when, but I decided to run. I ran frantically to that motel room. I had this ominous feeling. This is where we find out that she's actually been a bug person this entire time. Why did she lie to me? And how? Her roommate. To my question, she answered me this. What the fuck? prostitute? Is this some kind of sick joke or something? Sorry, I don't know who you are, but Cass isn't that type of woman, okay? You won't make me think otherwise. Now if you'll excuse me. Sandra isn't a prostitute? But that can't be. I've seen her work. She never denied it. Why would she try to make me believe so? I need to speak with her. But how can I even confront her? And why did she lie to me? I feel anger well up inside of me. I know. I'll ignore her until she can't take it anymore. And when she does, I'll force her to tell me everything. The best way to make her suffer without hurting her. Fuck, dude! That... Oh my god. She's so dependent on me, she won't be able to bear it for long. Soon enough, she'll tell me everything, and then she'll ask me to forgive her. With this way, she always asks me everything. Those eyes, that smile, her lips, her everything. I'll accept, of course, but she'll feel indebted to me. That's when I'll ask her. That's when I'll ask her to... Why did I try to separate us? I don't understand anything anymore. Why did she lie to me? Why am I this way? Good fucking question, dude! Why am I scared? At last, I'm in front of that door. I'm about to open it when I notice something strange. A bag. A plastic bag is enveloping the door's handle. Oh no. Oh, did she kill herself? I almost rip it off, but stop midway. Maybe there's a reason why it's here. Also, I have no time dealing with something so annoying. I open the door with the bag still on the handle. I look down. I need to ignore her. I need to ignore her. I walk extremely slowly until I'm in the middle of the room. For some reason, I start trembling. That's when something on the table takes up my attention. I reflexively fixate it. What? It seems that it started raining. There must have been holes in the shitty ceiling since it started leaking on the table of all places. I'm sorry. I almost hear her, but I don't want to hear her. This is fake. I lied to you. A noise, an annoying noise, as if someone slowly opened and closed a badly oiled door over and over again. But I did love you. I see her move from the corner of my eye, but I don't want to see it. I must ignore her. I love that boy who in 3rd grade had difficulty running as fast as the others. I love the courageous little boy who, in front of the whole class, declared that he would one day run faster than every one of them. I wanted to encourage that boy, but it seems the means I used to encourage him rubbed him the wrong way. Oh, this is fucked! Soon he became cold to my words, and even to my stares. I realized that the only way to be accepted by that boy was to look at him in the same fashion he did to me. So soon enough, I learned to hate him as much as he hated me, even though I loved him. Ah! So I gave my everything. I wanted to answer that boy's feeling with my own. Soon he became my whole world. I existed solely to beat him. I existed solely to take things away from him. And for a time it lasted. But I was noticing it. I was noticing the fact that he was creeping closer and closer to me. Obviously, taking away from someone means you also accept things to be taken away from you. In less than a year after graduating from elementary school, he was beating me at running. Even though I was running every night, even though I passed most of my weekend practicing, he beat me as if it was nothing. It was extremely frustrating. He was supposed to be happy about it. I was supposed to be happy about it, wasn't I? I mean, wasn't I exactly what I wanted for him? Yet he became popular, the ace of the basketball team. He was so special. I'm sure he didn't even notice it himself. I was so jealous. But at least I still had something. He was still just a sports person while I was also good at school. Surely he wouldn't be able to take that away from me. But then he quit basketball? Why? I loved looking at him play so much. Then I realized he was coming for that too. He was coming to take this away from me too. But if he takes it away from me, for what reason will he keep on looking at me like he's doing right now? There's none. Oh my god! Like, every insane thought that went through his head at the beginning of this game is fucking true. And that's so much more fucked than him being insane. They're both fucking crazy. The thing we have together, this rivalry, will no longer exist. I did all I could. I existed solely to beat him after all, and that's exactly what I was trying to do. But there's no way I would actually win. If he sets himself to do something, he will succeed without a shred of a doubt. I foresaw my demise long before it arrived, so before it happened, I tried to shake him off a little. We were in high school by that time, and lots of boys would confess to me. I decided to accept one of them. Though I had no interest, I wanted to see if it would affect him. Because if it did, it means I would still have something. But it didn't. At first I thought it did, but when he approached me, it was for a completely different reason. It was because he beat me in the midterms. He probably didn't want to accept it easily, but he did, and I had completely given up at that point. He didn't even look at me as a woman. He saw me as a wall to escalate. So I did what was the easiest thing to do. I quit school before the next exams to make sure he never completes it. He never takes it completely away from me, before he could escalate the wall. Since he thought the other ones didn't count, I will always be the best out of the both of us if I retire now, or so went my flawed logic. You see, I didn't lie about the fact my father had a lot of money, but I did lie about the fact he lost it all. So not going to school wasn't such a big deal either way. I could become whatever I wanted, but I didn't want to become anything. I kept on looking at the boy from afar. He had graduated and was now a college student. If I hadn't given up, I would have been right next to him, but obviously I wasn't. If I had given up in order to fulfill the purpose of my existence. And that purpose, it was still not completed. This is so fucked. Like, oh my god, I'm so angry. This is not how people think. Because I exist solely to take things away from him. That... no one thinks like that! It was fairly easy to approach his friend, and the moment I explained my interest in seeing him again, he accepted quite readily. The night went on perfectly as I anticipated. Soon enough, I was alone with the boy. He had those eyes. The same eyes he always had. Sad eyes. I tried the best I could to appeal to him, looking at him mischievously, touching him whenever I could, even tripping for that very purpose. As expected, he finally reacted to it. He was a man, after all. I almost had him. Almost. But he refused me still. I had no idea why. Was I not to his liking? Maybe it's because he still hated me. Maybe it's because I looked too pure. Because I didn't look like a woman still? For the next 2 years, I tried multiple times over to approach him with the excuse of it being a coincidence and whatnot. But every time he would run away from me or completely ignore me. Even if I changed the things I wore, the way I walked, he never looked at me. I was nothing to his eyes. I almost gave up. Then I noticed that sometimes he would get out of his way to go to a certain bar to meet with one of his clients, a hostess bar. Instantly I had the idea. Why not? I knew he sometimes came on a Thursday, so as long as I'm able to work on that day, I'll eventually be able to meet with him, and he would no longer be stopped by his guilty conscience, seeing that I'm a hostess of all things. He would surely give in with enough appeal. I wanted him to look at me as a woman. I wanted him to want me. I wanted him to suffer like he made me. Jesus Christ! So we started working the bar I started working at the bar only on Thursday and wait for him. And contrary to some belief, I could choose if I wanted to lay with a client or not. On the third week, he finally came. I noticed him right away, and sure enough, I made sure to serve him. I played with my hair, teased him, and smiled brightly whenever I could. He finally cracked, and after that night I had him. This is fucked! From then on, it was a piece of cake. He was so gentle, too gentle, that was his downfall. I created a story to go along with the fact that I'm a prostitute in order to stir up compassion from him. In our 7th meeting, I even beat myself up. I beat my own self up to make him react irrationally. This is not how people be. Like, the guy's perspective is at least, it's horrible, but it's based in like, you can really be that way. This is just fucked. This is confirming the weird, irrational narcissism of Tim's perspective. That's right, since the very beginning it was all my fault. I manipulated him, played with him, and planned this whole ordeal. I'm so disgusting. Then he brought me to Las Vegas. Every time he would disappear for 1 minute or two, I would start up a conversation with complete strangers. All of this to make him jealous, and it worked more often than not. Then I even dropped a business card on the floor, a fake business card, and he was pissed. How do you get one fake business card? How do you acquire that? You need to, like... You need to, like, print business cards in lots. What the fuck? He shouted at me and drank himself to sleep. And while he slept, I hit my head on one of the walls, just so that he could think he's done it himself. And just now he said it to me. He said that he loved me. I made him love me. A gentle boy. And I exist solely to take things away from him. Because I'm a stereotype of women, as seen by people who think women aren't fucking normal people. How horrible I am. Let him wish we had never crossed paths in this world. I took away his job. I took away his girlfriend. Almost took away his life. Now, let me even take away his love. So she's either gone or dead. I crushed the paper in my hand. Frustration like I've never felt before. The rain has now become frantic. I can no longer control it. I mean, those are tears. Let's be serious here. I look at her. She's moving ever so slightly. Yeah, is she hanging from the fucking ceiling? Yep, there she goes. Yep. But this movement is out of her control because it's the fault of this damn cord. This damn cord which is tied around her neck. There are so many things I need to tell her. So many. But only one comes out of my mouth. You stupid liar. What is this fucking game? What the fuck is... That is not... Who the fuck... What the fuck? This is... I'm not even... This game didn't earn that ending. Like, I'm not upset that she's dead. And I thought like 12 chapters of it, or whatever it was, 12 chapters of it, I was like, oh god, I hope she doesn't die. And then that one ending, that one fucking twist of... Yeah, she is just a fucking construct for this narcissistic psychopath to have his life ruined. What the fuck? Is the lie that you tried to believe that she's a person with agency? Because fuck, that is so stupid. That is so fucking stupid. Don't play a fucking end credit sequence with static over her as though I care about her being a person. That's bullshit. I'm mad. I'm a mad boy. I'm a mad lad. Well, that was her lie I tried to believe. That was the third game on the Christmas stream. And it was really stupid in the end. And I think that is all that we will have for a Christmas stream this year. The wine is gone. And it seems as though the stream seems to have died. There we go. Well, that is another year in the garbage. 2019 sucked by and large. I know it sucked for me personally, since I am now unemployed and about $10,000 in debt. So having completed this, my last obligation to my viewers in the current year, I'm gonna end on a high note. 10,000 reasons why.
Happy New Year.
But